various tournaments, and yeah, he's always a fun cat to be around.
Nathan, you're really big on the mental side of this sport. These two boys are one win away from making it through to the main draw. How important is that strong mental mindset to not think too far ahead in today's game?
Oh, without a doubt. You know, at this level of the game, all players can play. They're kind of maximising their individual games, but it's between the ears that makes a huge difference. So, yeah, just taking that one point at a time, as I've mentioned before, having clear plans on what you're trying to execute out there, and just trying to do the best you can, which will help you keep you relaxed in the moment. So, yeah, whoever can do that the best is, you know, puts them in good stead for each match.
Players just introduced by the chair umpire, and some great support for both players, should I say. A couple of Israeli flags throughout the stadium here on show court number 3. Conditions not as tough as what they were yesterday. 37 degrees yesterday here in Melbourne. Just sitting in the mid-20s at the moment today. Still a few gusts of wind around, but certainly not as tough as what it was 24 hours ago.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point, you know, with the weather and all the changes that players have to deal with. So it's just a matter, again, of just dealing with the moment. Yeah, but what a remarkable facility this Melbourne Park is. It's really expanding now.
There it is, 24 degrees, a little bit cloudy, a few early showers. So let's hope the rain holds off to get through a full day of final matches here. Let's not forget, make sure you jump on to our Twitter and Facebook pages to get involved in the social media. There is the hashtag for our Twitter conversation. Hashtag #AusOpen. Join in the conversation. Plenty going on around the tennis world at the moment. As we get set for a start here, and Michael Berra of Germany will kick things off. Here he is serving first game of the first set. Reasonably long point to start this match. But the forehand error coming from Salah gives the first point of the game to Berra.
Berra just overcooking that, but that's the exact play that I was talking about in the warm-up. That's what he'll be looking to do, use his swinging lefty serve to open the court and hopefully begin to make volleys like that one.
Another big serve from the German. Oh, how's the wheels from Duty Salah? He got to that short ball very, very quickly. Terrific effort.
Yeah, here he is. Great point from Berra. Didn't do much wrong. Duty did an excellent job to get that low. And as you said, the wheels, wow.
It's too good. Great pace. Brings it to 30 all. Good passing shot from the German. Both men happy to come to net early.
Yeah, that's an area of the court that Duty's going to be a little bit uncomfortable with. Just definitely more comfortable at the baseline. So not a bad play from Berra, using a short slice to drag him forward.
well struck backhand from the Israeli.
Yeah, Duty much more comfortable back there. Absolute gorgeous execution of this backhand. He definitely has a sweet technique.
So the wayward backhand from Berra brings up a breakpoint chance here in the opening game of the match.
Yeah, Barrett, good serve in the body, but I think he's, ideally for him, he's going to be wanting to hit more forehands than backhands. His forehand's a little bit more of a weapon. I think keeping those points short is going to be the best option for him.
Well, Salah gets the break early with some unforced errors there from the German, but it is Duty Salah, the number 3 seed, who gets on the board first here in this game. He leads by 1 game to love. Both men very familiar with playing in the main draw at the Open. Of course, Michael Berra competed in the main draw on 5 occasions. His opponent, Duty Salah, on 6. Salah making it through to the 3rd round in 2009, his best performance here in Melbourne. So Duty Salah getting set to serve here for the first time in this match, looking to consolidate the break.
It's a well-struck forehand from Duty. Really positive play, moving towards his target. If he can get it higher on Berra's backhand, that's where he'll struggle. He's not as comfortable coming over the ball, likes to slice it. So if you can give it a little bit more height, Berra may land it short, can attack it.
Just like that, well done.
Good play from Duty. Excellent footwork. Nice little adjustment steps around the ball. Fantastic.
30 love here. He's made a pretty tidy start to this match. Looking good early. You can see what a difference it makes when Salah gets Berra on the move.
Yeah, Duty's definitely the better mover out there, you would say. As I said, lower to the ground. Just easier to move that body around the court. Berra's standing 6'4", not easy for the big fella.
Well, another forehand winner from Duty Salah. He holds to love to take a 2-love lead here in the opening set. We've been going for 6 minutes. Duty Salah, very clean and tidy start.
Yeah, no, looking confident. Yeah, as I said, looking very light on his feet, which is what you want to be. Especially if it's windy. Still at the moment, but if that wind picks up, you want to remain light on those feet.
So Berra to serve here.
Thank you, young boy. Take a seat. First one available. Hello.
Chair umpire having a few issues with some spectators in the crowd. We've had that all week here. Just not sitting down quick enough as the players are ready to commence. Terrific backhand from Duty Seller right into the corner, putting the German at full stretch.
Yeah, he's doing a great job at getting the German moving.
Four winners to one.
And that's what Berra is going to need. First serve percentage, ideally between that 60 to 70 percentile mark, and then backing it up with his crisp, clean volleys.
That's a good backhand from the big man. Down the line.
Yeah, and that's an ideal point for Berra, keeping it nice and short when he has the opportunity, stepping in just like he did. Both boys having to deal with a few other distractions, I should say. You can hear the music from Kids Day pumping away outside.
Oh, a great volley at the net on the forehand side from Berra.
Got down well to that one, eh, Dan?
He sure did, and it gives him a couple of game points here in the third game of this match. Well, the booming first serve gives the German the game. He is on the board, but it is Duty Seller of Israel leading 2-1 here in the first set. Time now to go up to our studio, once again with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Nathan, there in the commentary box. We are just being entertained behind us. It's come alive, hasn't it, Melbourne Park today? Free entry for the kids, and kids everywhere. 15,000, Adrian, inside Rod Laver. And I've got our first result of the day. I can tell you that Team SpongeBob has defeated Team Dora.
It was all about
Big
serve,
result.
I think, for Team SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Consistency of play as well, and height over the net with the shots. So they did well.
Yeah, very good forehands.
Yeah. What about Guy
apparently.
Sebastian, though?
He's on fire in there at the moment. On fire, Guy Sebastian. It's a fantastic day, and I walked past a lady before in Garden Square who said, I can't believe this is twice what it was last year. So it just gets bigger every year. Hashtag OzOpen to join the conversation if you'd like to just talk to us about anything today. Any questions you want to pose throughout the broadcast about the matchups for round one of the Australian Open. We know the schedule is going to be out for Monday a little bit later on early this evening. So we look forward to see who's going to be up in the night session first.
Yeah, well, the draw took place yesterday as you were commentating and updating on all of the big matches. So the Australian Open starting Monday. We're not far away, BP.
Absolutely. We'll update you on the other courts very shortly as this match is unfolding between Duty Seller and Michael Berra. As we said, there's about 12 courts in operation, 28 matches in total today. It's huge stakes to get through to the main draw of this year's Australian Open as we take you back to Dan and Nathan on Show Court 3.
Thank you, boys. Duty Seller here serving 2-1 up.
Yeah, Duty just pulling that one wide. But yeah, speaking about Kids Day, it's awesome to see so many kids filtering in, getting involved in the sport. Tennis being the #1 growing sport in the country at the moment. And if we want an Australian champion, this is how we're going to get it. Just build that base of kids. Fantastic to see.
Potential future champion right there, perhaps. Enjoying the tennis. Out here on Show Court number 3. So 15 all in this game here. Catching the top of the net there, that forehand from Seller. Puts him under a bit of pressure on serve here. Of course, Seller broke in the opening game of the match. Was able to hold. Under quite a bit of pressure now. A couple of break points he faces.
Yeah, a couple of unforced errors there, just guiding that last backhand rather than getting his racket head through the ball.
Well, Berra did well to retrieve that ball aimed right at his body, but some good composure from Salah.
Yeah, good hands. Great hustle from the German here. And Duty playing fair game there, going straight back at him.
Just toying with his opponent.
And staying nice and composed on that last drop volley.
One break point to come though, so still a good opportunity here for the German to strike back to get things back on serve. Well, some really good work there from Berra from the back of the court, retrieving well. And he ties it up at 2 games all here in the opening set. So we are back on serve. It's a really quick, slick start from Duty Salah. A couple of errors though, gifting Berra some points, and he capitalises to take the game. So 2-2 here, 14 minutes gone.
Not a bad effort from Duty, though, on that last point. I like the mix-in of that higher ball to Berra's backhand. Just not executing that last shot, but the right idea.
Last year was the first time in 6 years, since 2006 that Duty Salah had finished outside the top 100. So a regular player inside that 100 for many years. Some good positive energy from the German on a bit of a roll here.
Yeah, smart serve there, cramping Duty. I think he's the shortest player on tour, Dan. He's either him or Olivier Rochus from Belgium.
5'9" is Duty. Big serve, 40 love here. Pretty swift game from the German, looking to close it out.
It's too good from Berra. Great swinging serve. Very composed on that low volley. Well played.
From 2 love down, he is now 3 games to 2. So the German continues to roll on here on Show Court 3 as we check in with all of the action from around the grounds.
And we're going to check out on Court 7, the number 2 seed in the men's draw, Rikardis Barenkas of Lithuania, who's a real big chance to go through to the main draw. He started very nicely against Paul Capdeville-Adrian, who's been around for quite some time, the Chilean. But Barenkas, I know you spoke to him the other day, and he's been ranked a lot higher in the world, only 22 years of age, so he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's somewhat of the poster boy for the ATP. He's got a really great attitude. When I spoke to him the other day, post-match, he was very impressive, really well-spoken. And Roger Federer, he's so impressed with him, he's actually asked him to hit. He's come over to Switzerland and hit with Roger Federer. So he's a great youngster, but this year is a big year for him. So you would think he would go through to the Australian Open after today's round.
It's a nice little break out there on Court 7, so we'll see if we can keep that going. There's plenty of matches going on. Tatyana Malik taking on Vera Dushevina. Dushevina's got an early lead there, 3 games to 2. Lexika Kumkum of Thailand, 2 games all against Sirokina. That's out on court number 14. And Steve Johnson, the man who went toe-to-toe with Thanasi Kokkinakis on day 1, 17-15. He's taking on Ryan Sweeting, All-American affair. And Johnson's got the break there, 3 games to 2. So we'll keep an eye on all those matches. But for the moment, back to Show Court 3.
Thank you, boys. Game's back on serve here. Duty Salah serving at 2-3. He was 2 love up, but a bit of a run from the German in the past 3 games.
A nice deep ball from Berra. That backhand, staying on his shot extremely well there.
There's the Craig Willis chopper flying overhead, as we've seen throughout the past couple of days. Shot number 50 of that.
Thank you.
Frequent observer overhead.
The helmet Varshing helicopter.
Pressure was good. Replay them. 18 off.
So 15 all in this game here. Good work of the net from Duty Seller. As we mentioned, huge day here at Melbourne Park. Kids Day, free entry for all the family. Lots to enjoy. Plenty of action happening on all of the outside courts. Some big names floating around as well. Kids can come on down, get involved, see their first game of tennis, and watch some superstars in action as well. Job well done from Berra.
Yeah, dictating the point with his forehand. That's what he's got to look to do. He can't do as much damage off his backhand, but let's see, he needs to take advantage of any chance he has with a forehand that's landed short in the court from Duty. Yeah, it really is a fantastic facility, guys. So when you get a chance, get out here, check out the Australian Open. Amazing atmosphere.
Pushing that lob long, so brings up a game point for Seller. Reminder too, tickets still available for the main draw kicking off on Monday. Tickettech.com to grab your tickets to Rod Laver Arena or a general ground pass. Some heavy hitting from the German from the back of the court. Had his opponent on the run.
Yeah, well played. Smart shot, getting it high on Duty's backhand with the angle cross court. Duty had an opportunity during that. There's that ball from Berra. Duty has an opportunity during the point to hit a heavier ball into Berra's backhand, but chose to go to his forehand. I'd like to see him direct a few more up high to Berra's backhand.
Four unforced errors off the forehand wing for Seller. That's a beautiful forehand from the Israeli, right down the line.
Yeah, fantastic setup ball there. There's the height that I was talking about. Berra moving around, hitting a forehand on it, but leaving himself vulnerable for the down-the-line shot. Well done, well executed from Duty.
His third forehand winner for the match so far. Game point for him.
Cool name, Duty, huh?
Not a bad name at all. Well, Duty Seller secures that game to tie it up at 3 games all here in the first set. So even Stevens between these two men. We're going for 23 minutes.
A smart serve there from Duty, cramping the big 6'4" German. Both boys still looking fresh and fit. Put in the work off the court, no doubt, in December before they're heading out to Australia's harsh conditions.
It's a good serve from Berra. How much time do these men actually get, Nathan, to actually put in a decent pre-season? We know tennis is pretty much a 12-month of the year sport. How hard is it to actually monitor that training program and load?
Yeah, I'll just answer it after this point. Still trying to do that loopy ball in the backhand, good idea, but unfortunately not executing there. Yeah, to answer your question there, Dan, it's not easy. Tough sport in that way. It's you know, managing your schedule is it's a huge part to competing on the tour. But basically, December, a lot of guys have that opportunity to have off, and they really ideally want a good start to the season. So it's always nice to get off on a solid foot early. So they've definitely put in the hard yards in December. But yeah, it's actually a lot easier for the guys at the top at times because they actually know their schedule. They can plan it. Whereas as you move down the rankings a little bit, sort of outside sort of 70 through to 100 and down into the 150 mark, it's not easy. Just choosing the right schedule becomes difficult. You don't know what tournaments you're going to get in. If you do well, you start getting into some bigger tournaments, and yeah, everything changes. So just dealing with what is dealt at the moment.
Big service game there from the German, pretty slick. He now takes the lead 4-3 here in the opening set. Time that I take a quick break from Melbourne Park.
When on that microphone and steel, this is all I know. Hit it up, rip it up, inspirational. People think they understand how the juice flow, but you do not understand it. Here we go. Here we go.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Head on down to Melbourne Park today. Final day of qualifying here at the Australian Open as the men and women fight for a place in the main draw. A lot going on around the grounds. Of course, Kids Tennis Day here. Here is the website, of course, to get all of your latest news, the draw, video content, articles, australianopen.com. The site to go to see all your tennis information for the summer. Another shot of the Craig Willis chopper that sails overhead. Of course, free entry here today, as it has been throughout this qualifying competition. Great tennis on offer for all the fans.
Thank you, madam.
So Duty Seller here, trailing 3-4 in the first set.
Thank you. First seat. Thank you.
Umpire having a few issues again with members of the crowd, taking a while to sit down. Oh, great passing shot from the big German. Backhand down the line.
Yeah, got a little lucky with the neck cord, but stayed on that shot, getting right through the ball. Good work.
Arnaud Garbus from France, our chair umpire this afternoon.
There's certainly a lot of movement in the crowd as fans filter out of Rod Laver Arena, make their way over to show court 3. Struck backhand from Berra, just missing the baseline there. It's a right idea after a first serve, returning up the center of the court, giving your opponent no angle to work with. There it is again, the German having the ball he wanted. Not sure about the direction of play though. Would have preferred him to pull that into Duty's backhand.
Seller just plummeting that one into the net. So still a game point here. Well, it's a great point from both players. Berra comes away with the point, however. Gets it back to Juice.
Exceptional movement from both boys. Berra shipping this one up the line. Great depth. He couldn't make the pass.
Forehand unforced errors there from Seller at 6, Berra only on 3. Couldn't whip that one over.
Craig Willis everywhere today.
He is. Circling the venue. So Berra just pushing that return long, gives the game to Duty Seller. So we're now tied up here in the first set, 4 games all. And Nathan, a bit of a shout out to Michael Berra's parents, Manfred and Barbara, who follow every single one of his matches through live scoring. So potentially watching this game back in Germany at the moment, or via the Australian Open.com website as the scores tick over. They'll be pretty happy with how their boys going at the moment. 4-all in the first set. Final day of qualifying.
He's also out here with his team, his trainers, his coach, his cousin Helmut Barsching. Fantastic to see the support that these players can pull and need. It's not easy out there on tour.
So 4-all, Berra serving here. big chance here for Salah.
Yeah, well,
Got it to love 30.
well played on that last pass, getting it down low. That's how he's going to get Berra to pop up the volleys so he can rip the next pass. There it is there. It's right on his toe. Fantastic.
Little window of opportunity. Great to see the kids out here on Show Court 3. Keeps streaming in.
Berra just waiting for everyone to settle down. Settle in.
Cranks that serve at 205 k's per hour. Michael Berra.
Yeah, good extension there. Snapping that wrist at the top.
Good grab from the ball kid too. Another one. That's a good response from the German. Was down love 30. A couple of big serves. Getting it back to 30 all.
It's going to be a telling tale in this match, I think. If he can keep a high percentage of first serves, it's going to build the pressure on little Duty Seller.
5 aces for Berra. Tight forehand.
Yeah, just setting up a little bit too early there, Dan. That's the danger. You want to load, you want to use your legs, get them into the shot, but if you do it too early, that ball has a tendency of being outside your contact zone when you go to play it and swing at it.
Saves a great point.
And another first serve from the 6'4" German. It really is great to see all the kids out here. This is where passion is sparked at these young ages.
Frustration spilling over from Duty Seller.
Yeah, I think he realised he had that passing shot on his racket. Yeah, saw exactly where he wanted to hit. Just pulled up, body weight falling off to the side a little bit. Not quite in position there.
Well, from a couple of break points down to sealing that game. So a very, very good job there from Michael Berra of Germany. He takes the lead 5-4 in the first set. Time now to check in once again with all of the action from around the grounds.
Thank you very much, Dan. Plenty going on here at Melbourne Park today. In fact, if you are inside Melbourne Park and you've just been to the Kids' Day, come and watch some tennis, Adrian. 12 courts in operation, so no need to leave Melbourne Park. Just go and park yourself courtside and you can watch those who are trying to fight for a main berth draw.
We've already seen a few kids that have been in the crowd as well. I'm not sure if they've lost Dora. They might be looking for Dora the Explorer. There they are. And make sure, if you are wanting to go and watch some tennis, make sure there's a break in play as well, Brett.
Indeed. Yeah, just get to the top of the stairwell, pause, have a look what's going on, and otherwise those chair umpires, I'll be on to you. Let me tell you. A few first sets decided around the courts at the moment. I can tell you Ricardis Barenkis, the number 2 seed, going nicely at the moment. 6-2 in the opening set with a break, 2-1 in the second. And on court 7, Akbil Adamuradova of Uzbekistan, 6-3 in the first. She is going nicely. Marino of Spain, 6-1 over Polanski in the first set. Steve Johnson, the marathon man, 6-3 over Sweeting in the first set out on court number 13. Daniel Brands, the 7th seed from Germany, 6-4 in the first over Marti. And also Delanche and Dubois. And on court number 15, it is Delanche, the 6th seed, who's taken the opening set 6-1, Adrian. So plenty of good tennis being played, and it's huge stakes today.
Massive stakes. If you can win round or this final qualifying round and go into the main draw, it's about $27,000 that you can pick up. And then if you win the first round in the main draw, it's up near 40 or 45 grand. So big day for all of these players.
Yeah, it certainly is. I hope you enjoy the action here on AOTV. If you're inside Melbourne Park, stick around. This one looks like it's going to be a tight one, Dan and Nathan, as Duty Seller tries to stay alive in the first set.
Certainly looking that way, boys. Very tight contest here. Seller serving at 4-5. So much at stake, like you mentioned. Not only the opportunity to get into the main draw, but that all-important prize money to really help out these players. Makes a huge difference. Love 30 here. Berra looking to pounce. And pounce he does. 3 set points for the 6'4" German.
Yeah, taking advantage of that point, stepping in, using his forehand when he had the opportunity. That's what Michael Berra has to do.
It's one save from Seller. He's got 2 to go. The challenge remains uphill.
Yeah, it's a good idea for Duty to keep those percentages high with his first serve also. Just take a little pressure off his second, which has a tendency of getting a little weak at times.
That's another. One remaining for Berra. Get a look at a second serve too. Good work from Duty Seller. 2 good serves, and that work at the net gets it back to Juice.
Yeah, well played from both players. Duty taking advantage when he realised that Berra had turned his head just there, sneaking into the net and finishing with the classy backhand high volley.
So back to Juice. Oh, that's good from the German. That's very good.
Yeah, shots like that, you just put your hands on your racket, clap your opponent. Too good.
Fist pump too from the big man. Set point number 4. Well, there you have it. Berra breaks and puts that first set in the bag. He takes it in 41 minutes, 6 games to 4.
Yeah, positive play. Great finish there from Berra, dictating with his forehand. And
thank you very much, boys. Interesting first set. We're going to take you through some highlights now. Michael Berra of Germany has been ranked as high as 42 in the world. He's trying to get back inside the top 100. Did make the 3rd round of the French Open back in 2011, the lefty from Stuttgart in Germany. And there's been plenty of court coverage from both players. Duty Seller, of course, trying to get into a Grand Slam event for the 22nd time in his career. Has been as high as 29 back in 2009 from Tel Aviv in Israel. And has mixed it up a fair bit with plenty of drop shots. And there's been some interesting exchanges. That one of the best at the net. It was like a doubles encounter at one stage. And both players covering some good ground. Entertaining first set here as they look to qualify both players into the main draw of this year's Australian Open. Berra in the yellow and Duty Seller with the cap. So Berra takes the opening set. And he's been in pretty good form so far. As we take a look at that first set summary, around the 40-minute mark, 73% on the first serve for Berra. So he'll be pretty happy with that at this stage, including 5 aces, just slightly more winners. Unforced error count fairly similar at this stage, and he's won 6 more points overall and prepared to get into the net quite a bit, winning 8 of 13 attempts when he's come in, Michael Berra of Germany. So he is going very nicely. Can you see, boys, Duty Seller turning things around in this second set?
It's a big ask, I think, for Salah, because Berra's on a bit of a roll, isn't he, Nathan? After dropping the first 2 games, really has steamrolled from there on in.
Yeah, that service percentage, keeping it up above 70%. That's a big key to his game. Duty, he's in the 60s, but yeah, it's not his strength to serve. So as you see here, Berra's big lefty serve. If he keeps it up in that 70 percentile, he'll be in good position to win this match.
So Berra here, Michael Berra, the 17th seed from Germany, serving in the opening game of the second. He's got the first one under his belt, 6-4.
The other huge stat was that his net game, he's above 60% of net plays won. So he has to keep looking to get in, get forward. On the Israeli side of the court, he's just got to find a way to keep Berra off balance, get him moving, just like there. Another good shot for him would be high on to Berra's backhand.
Good serve there from Berra. Make sure you join in our conversation here on Twitter, hashtag #AusOpen. The atmosphere, the anticipation, everything building towards the championship on Monday. So make sure you jump onto Twitter and join in our conversations. We'd love to hear from you.
Oh, wow, that's just class. Wow, good point from both players, stretching each other to the max. And Duty coming up with this soft-handed lob over the 6'4" German. Not easy to do, eh, Dan?
Certainly not. Bit of a lifter too for Duty Salah, because he's got a couple of break point chances here. He would love to be the first on the board in this second set. Can't convert the first opportunity. Still one up his sleeve though.
As you can see, both players extremely experienced, staying mentally composed. There's a lot on the line, as we mentioned. Last round of qualifying, vying for a place in the main draw.
Oh, that's a great shot from Duty Salah. He retrieves so well from the back of the court, and a ripping backhand down the line gets him the break in the opening game of the second set. That's a way to start things off.
Yeah, it's very positive stuff from Salah. It's a great way to respond after going down 6-4 in that first set.
Did have his chances in that first set too, didn't he? Had a couple of break points at 4-all.
Yeah, and don't forget the break that he had early. He was up 2-love. That was quickly snubbed out by Berra, playing some quality tennis in that first set. And it's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds, eh, Dan?
Sure will. Both players have been on the Pro Tour for over a decade. 1999 was the year Michael Berra turned professional. 2002 for Duty Salah. So Salah serving here. Looking to consolidate the break. Seen similar to what occurred early in the first set. touch on that.
Not going to be happy with that one. Had that backhand high volley on his racket, just didn't do enough with it. Just, here it is, right here. Could have punched it through in there, didn't get enough on it, and unfortunately missed the court on this one.
Good touch.
That's just, and the winner there is tennis. It's quality from both ends. Berra doing everything right with that backhand low ball under Duty's toe. Just remain composed. Pop, boom.
Good pick up from Salah. All. See there, Berra looking to follow that return in. Just catching the tape. Still very assertive. Sellers hitting the ball well early in this second set.
40-15.
A couple of important game points now.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that approach shot. He got away with it, but he went into Berra's forehand. It's always a dangerous play.
He's grabbed the first two games. Duty Salah is well and truly underway in the second set. He leads by 2-0. First set going to the German though, 6-4. So remembering too, in the first set, Salah did lead 2-0 like he is right now. So chance to get it right second time around. 59% of first serves in for Salah. Winning the point 57%. The time that it goes in.
And that second serve stat, that is unusual. Normally, the first serve percentage is a lot higher than the second. If you can keep your second serve percentage up around that 40 percentile, you're doing well. He's at 63.
Love 30 here on the serve of Berra.
Yeah, Salah certainly finding his range this set, making clean contact with the ball. He's got his tail up at the moment, the little Israeli.
Take a seat, young girl. Thank you. Hello. Take a seat.
Another naughty spectator, caught on camera too. Out she goes.
Poor little thing.
Good work at the net from Berra.
Thank you.
Gets it back to 30 all in this game.
Yeah, good volley there, punching it right out in front. closing in, looking to close in after the volley as well. Experienced net player, Berra. And that big lefty serve digging himself out of trouble once again.
194 Ks that one.
Yeah, I like the sliding serve from Berra. Just gives him that little bit of safety.
Miss hit there from Berra. He wanted the call on the baseline, thought it was long. Didn't come from the chair umpire or the linesman. So to juice we go.
Just muttering away to his box. He's always got something to say. As I said at the start of the match, he's quite a character.
Very nicely done from the German.
Yeah, another great volley. Just punching it out in front, getting right through that ball. Body weight moving to his target. Very strong off his right leg there.
Another volley on the backhand side.
Smart serve, cramping duty there to set up that volley.
Berra is on the board in the second set. He's got the first in hand, but it is Duty Sala that leads by 2-1 as we take a short break here from Melbourne Park.
Ready? Play. At Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Well, the results have started to come in here around Melbourne Park, so we're going to check in with our host, Brett Phillips, should I say, upstairs. Brett, fill us in on the latest.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, Ricardus Barenkas, the first player through, seeded 2 in the men's qualifying draw, 111 in the world, so he just missed a direct entry. Has been as high as 73 and made the third round of the Australian Open back in 2011. He's one of the young, bright prospects on the tour. 6-2, 6-1. He has defeated Paul Capdeville, so he is the first player through and, well, guaranteed $27,000 in his pocket, and he gets to be here early next week.
Good on you, Brett. So, Barenkas, the first one through. That means 15 remaining places up for grabs for the men. Of course, 16 on offer initially, 12 for the women. They'll be ticked off this afternoon.
Well, that's just class right there. Soft hands. Realising that the German's going to struggle and have to hit up on that ball as he moves forward. We can see it here. There you go. He sneaks in. Soft hands bringing that across court for the winner.
So Salah still up a break early in this second set. Oh, good tennis. It is very good tennis from both players. And that's exceptional court coverage from the big German.
Yeah, that's amazing speed here. Wow.
Did so well.
That's
He was
amazing.
right behind the baseline too. Fist pump to follow. Edges him ever so slightly up in this game.
Yeah, when you dig out points like that, as Berra just did, gets in your opponent's head a little bit, may have forced that double fault.
2 break points. Not a bad way to save a break point there from Duty Seller.
Yeah, he really is a clean ball striker. Duty,
Well executed.
very, very good hands.
Still though, 1 break point he faces.
Berra just overcooking that one, just standing up a little bit. Not quite committing to the shot.
Just letting Seller off the hook here momentarily. Down now to a game point to take a commanding lead here in this second set. Duty Seller continues to lift.
Very impressed with his movement onto that short ball there. Kept his feet underneath him as he moved. Pulled down a little on that overhead, but got away with it.
Pushes that one long, does the German. Seller holds. He leads 3 games to 1 in the second set. It was looking dangerous there at a certain part of that game, with Berra having a couple of break point chances. Couldn't capitalise. Duty Seller holds.
Yeah, certainly an even match out here, mate. 46 points to 45 overall.
Game clock just over an hour too. Big serve from Berra. Just kicking it out wide. Ace number 6. shoots off the court. Sella can do nothing but watch.
Stretched wide there, but excellent racket head control from Duty.
Game point now for Berra, 17th seed here. Just looking to stay in touch in this second set.
That's too good. Once again, Duty Seller's hands on display, staying down low. That approach, not a bad one. Had some depth, Duty. Very good commitment as you see him moving towards his target area.
Forehand winner number 7. Quality from both men. Duty Seller comes away with the point though, and it's an important point because it's a great point here for him.
Yeah, we're certainly treated to a display of quality tennis out here on Show Court 3. If you're in the area, get over here. It's exciting stuff.
Duty Seller from Israel looking to push this into a third set. Well, that's a terrific shot from Duty Seller to lock that game down. He gets the break and leads by 4 games to 1 in the second set. So things really heating up in this contest as we check in once again around the grounds with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Dan. Another winner has come through from France. That match just completed out on court 11. Adrien Manarino, who has knocked out Peter Polanski, the Canadian. 6-1, 6-3 was the scoreline. 24 years of age, ranked 160 in the world. His ranking has been as high as 49, and 2 years ago did make the second round of the Australian Open. So he is through, along with Ricardus Berenkis, and also plenty of other results filtering through. And a young girl closing on victory is Vesna Delanche of Serbia, taking on Stephanie Dubois of Canada. 6-1, 5 love. So she's looking to try and get her way through to the main draw. Ruben Bemelmans, the 4th seed, taking on Marcel İlhan of Turkey. And at the moment, that is in a first set tiebreaker. And a set point at the moment with Marcel İlhan. Florence Serra taking on Maxime Uthon of Belgium, who's seeded 31. Serra at 8. It was the Belgian who took the first set 6-4 and leads 5-3 in the second. So he is closing in on victory. Malik and Dushevina is a good battle at the moment. Malik, the 4th seed from Germany, 6-4, and she leads 3-2 against Dushevina in the second set. Daniel Brands also closing in on victory from Germany, 6-4. 5-4 against Marty out on court 12. As we take you back to Show Court 3, a good second set here for Duty Seller.
A very good set, Brett, for the Israeli. 4-1 up here. He's trying to get this game into a decider. This match, should I say. 6-4 the first set to Berra. A good game so far from the German.
Yeah, it's very impressive. It's always interesting, Dan, to have a counter puncher playing someone that's a little bit more aggressive, that likes to get forward and use the net. It's just makes for a tremendous display of quality tennis, and that's exactly what we're witnessing out here.
Backhand return, just a bit long from Berra. Sola gets on the board in this game here. 15-30. Another wayward Brown stroke.
Yeah, just a lefty forehand. He's just catching the right-hand side of the ball there a little bit. So had a little bit of side spin on. To produce top spin, you want to work that ball low to high up the outside edge of the ball. So for a left-hander like Berra, he wants to collect that bottom left edge just to give him that spin, that top spin, which is essentially safety and ball control.
Takes this second set by the scruff of the neck. He leads 5 games to 1. Just a game away from sending this match into a decider. 28 minutes they've been going for in this second set. But Salah in control right now. First serves in for Michael Berra, 71%, winning 65% on first serve. Looking to stay in this second set.
Yeah, great combo there for Berry's go-to play. Fantastic. It's nice to have that sliding serve out there. This dude not able to get it low enough.
Berra's made it to the second round of the Open on 3 occasions in 08, 09 and 2010. Quarter-finalist at the French Open last year as well. Double fault there from the German. Just his second for the match. Big shot there from Salah. Very impressive. Pushing fractionally.
Just overcooking it just a touch. Not enough racket speed, not enough rush on that ball to bring it down into the court.
Crowd getting right involved in this match. Oh, that's a shot and a half from the Israeli.
Yeah, speaking of the crowd down, it's interesting. When Judy plays, he definitely has a lot of supporters.
We've seen the Israeli flag throughout the stadium. Lots of support for him. Here he is at set point. Oh, well done, Berra, to save that one. Picks it up off his toes. Another set point chance here.
Yeah, Duty's doing a fantastic job at making him play a lot of volleys. As you mentioned before, Berra picking that one up off his toes. He's had to do plenty of that throughout this set. And eventually that pressure just builds, forcing unforced errors.
Not a bad way to save a set point from Michael Berra. The ace down the line. Pretty slick. 198 Ks.
Take a seat behind Michael, thank you.
Juice number 3.
Oh. Positive backhand there, getting right through the ball. Just ripping that across court. Very committed here. Boom.
These two players really turning it on. Berra with game point. And he converts it. So he faced a couple of set points there, did the German. But he hangs on and trails by 5 games to 2 here in the second set. He's got the first, but it's 5-2 to Duty Sella in the second. Time now to check in on all of the action from around the grounds, once again with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Dan. 3 more players have made it through. We're getting through the qualifying matches here on the final day. As I mentioned, Vesna Delanche of Serbia was in control of her game, and she's wrapped it up against Stephanie Dubois of Canada. 180 in the world, Vesna has been as high as 86. So common theme with a lot of these players who didn't have the 2012 season they would have liked and keen to make amends. So they've come here with the real spring in their step in qualifying, and she made the 3rd round of the AO back in 2011, so she is through. Daniel Brands, the German, who had a good start to the year in Qatar. He knocked out Jeremy Chaudet, in fact knocked Chaudet out of the seedings here at Melbourne Park, which allowed Marcos Bagdatis to get in with his good run in Brisbane. He is through over Javier Marti of Spain, so he gets through to the main draw, and of course has been here twice but yet to win in the main draw, so he'll be very keen to win his first round match. And Steve Johnson, the marathon man, 3.5 hours against Nathi Kokonakis on the opening day. He has defeated Ryan Sweeting in the All-American affair. That game just completed 6-3, 6-4. And also, I can tell you, Maxime Thom of Belgium, 6-4, 6-4, has knocked out Florence Serra of France. He's also through to the main draw here at Melbourne Park.
Good on you, Brett, as the places in the qualifiers start to get occupied here. One up for grabs in this contest. Duty Sella of Israel is serving for the second set. His German opponent Michael Berra taking the first, 6 games to 4. But it's 5-2 on his racket here.
It's always a great feeling for players to get through to the main draw.
Of 30 now on the serve of Sella, so
just his second double fault there. Just overcooking that one a little bit.
a couple of loose points from him in this all-important game.
And that's how I see it for Duty. If he can get the German moving, that's his best opportunity to set up the point. And soft hands on display once again. Just sneaking that drop shot over and getting the German moving forward.
2 good points from the 27-year-old. A couple of points away from the set. Well, that's a great shot to bring up set point for Duty Sella. Sharp angled backhand.
Yeah, a little wry smile after that. I think he was pretty pleased with himself there. Little guy stand at 5'9". Wasn't an easy ball to execute.
Set point for him. We are going into a decider between these two men. Judy Salah wrapping up the second set in 37 minutes, 6-2. Michael Berra took the first, but Judy Salah locks things up. We're going into a third. Time to check in once again now with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Dan. We are going to a third set, as the boys have mentioned. Great set from Dirty Salah, who's been ranked as high as 29 in the world. He's got a bit of support out there on Show Court 3. We're about to bring you some highlights. If you're just joining us here on AO Michael Berra, of course, taking the first set, the German, but Dirty Salah struck back nicely. And, of course, another good exchange here. A bit of a common theme throughout this match. They really have worked each other over, both players. Great lob there from Salah. Berry, the lefty, always getting plenty of good angle. But Dirty Salah trying to get in as much as possible, and some lovely touch on that occasion, which was a real highlight of the second set. Able to put this one away very comfortably. And it's a nice touch here from Berra, who's equally adept at the net as he is from the back of the court. But Salah, he's been running down everything. He wants to be in the main draw once again. Wasn't going to go down lightly in straight sets, and gives himself a real chance now. Some great touch from both players. It's been a real feature. Not two players who have been planted to the baseline, that is for sure. So Dirty Salah takes the second set, and we're going to a third as the players seated for the moment. 76% on the first serve for Berra, still very healthy. He'd like to improve that, Dirty Salah, in the third set. The winners count. A little bit less there for Berra, but Dirty Salah took his game to the next level with 14, and Berra just with a few more unforced errors, 14-5, and overall Dirty Salah won 9 more points. Now there's a real Israeli flavour on the court at the moment, because we can tell you that Amir Winthrop, who's ranked 196 in the world, also from Israel, he's been as high as 161. And he will make his Grand Slam debut. He turned pro back in 2005. He's 26 years of age, and he has just won out on one of the courts here at Melbourne Park. So, Nathan Healy, as I throw it back to you, you'd appreciate these guys who are, who do it a little bit tough. Been a pro since 05 and finally getting to play in his Grand Slam debut. It's going to be a great moment for him, I'd imagine, come early next week.
Oh, that's a fantastic feeling. Someone ranked 160 in the world, getting through to the main draw. I mean, if you can manage to get through a couple of rounds in the main draw, you certainly accumulate a lot of points. Financially, it's fantastic. You can help offset a lot of the expenses that are incurred on the tour, and so I'm sure he's feeling extremely fantastic right now.
Nathan, this event, the Australian Open, just gets bigger and better each year. They've really improved the facility here at Melbourne Park over the past 12 months. A whole new aspect to this competition in terms of indoor and outdoor courts. Just a world-class facility across the board.
Yeah, without a doubt, Dan. It's fantastic here, and it's really exploded. I spoke with Craig Tiley and Steve Wood yesterday, who had a big part in expanding the facility. If you get a chance on the other side of Hisense Arena, there's 8 Italian clay courts. The Italian clay was actually tested by the Macquarie University here in Melbourne to be the best clay surface for our harsh environment. So they have that over there. They have an incredible gym, a 5-court indoor facility. So definitely we have the facilities to create the next Australian champion.
Time now to check in once again with Brett Phillips as some more results come rolling in. Brett, fill us in.
Indeed, Dan. Yeah, Akgul Amanmuradova has just made her way through, which is a great result. She's been on the tour for a few years now. Very tall, of course, from Uzbekistan, and not too many tennis players have come from Uzbekistan, so she's flying the flag beautifully for that country, and she has just won and made her way through to the main draw.
Good on you, Brett. Nathan, these players that make it through to the main draw, no doubt they're going to be absolutely elated to getting through the qualifying, but how quickly do they then need to reset their mind to focus on their first round match of of their Grand Slam appearance.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I've mentioned a few times, they're going to take one match at a time and 1 point at a time. The big difference that I see is the best of 5 sets for the men. So we get back into it with the big lefty sending down a cannon to start the third set.
Best of 3 sets here, of course, in the qualifiers. Michael Berra of Germany serving first here in the decider. Strap yourselves in, because this should be a pretty good contest. It has been so far. Top quality tennis from both players.
You have a tip here, Dan?
I'm going to back Duty Seller, I think, mate. How about yourself?
I think I'm a fan of the tennis. This thing could go either way. It's tough to make a tip.
Both players really having their moments on different occasions throughout the contest. So an all-important early game here. Pretty quick game too. Very, very quick and convincing from the American, the number 17 seed, Michael Berra.
And speaking of quick, that's what once again, what Michael Berra has to do out here. He just needs to dictate the play early in the points. As the longer they go, kind of tends to tip into Duty Seller's favour.
Michael Berra, the German, second round appearance at the US Open last year as well. Couldn't get past the first round at Wimbledon, but did contest all 4 majors in 2012. Duty Seller here, set to serve for the first time in this third set.
Yeah, he's hitting his targets extremely well, moving his serve around the box. Did well there, Duty Seller, directing the play to Berra's backhand. And as I said, as those points get longer, they tend to tip towards Duty Seller.
Oh, he cracks that forehand, Michael Berra, off the second serve of Seller, absolutely punishing it.
Yep, and that's exactly what Berra has to do. I think both boys are now aware of what they're trying to execute out there. Duty doesn't have the biggest serve, but if he can keep knocking down these targets, it's going to give him the best opportunities to play quality points and not allow Berra to dictate.
Good work, you're coming off the heavy ground stroke. Put it away at the net. Couple of game points here to level it up at 1 each.
Yeah, another first serve sets that up. Great forehand, awesome execution into Berra's backhand. Great combo, good plan from Seller.
You can say quickly, please. Thank you. Thank you. Players are ready.
Great serve to finish out that game from Duty Seller, the number 3 seed. Getting on the board in the third and final set. It is 1 game all. Only his first ace for the match, but a timely time to pull it out.
Yeah, Duty taking down another target there as the sun pokes its head out for pretty much the first time of the match out here on show court 3.
Been a little bit overcast so far this afternoon.
So I'd like to see Berra use that higher, heavier forehand up to Duty Seller. He does only stand at 5'9". That's a good play, that last point.
That's a terrific passing shot from the diminutive Israeli. 15 all in this game. Good touch and control at the net from Berra.
Yeah, good hands once again. His entourage is enjoying that one. Helmet varshing up on his feet.
Deep serve, 210 clicks.
Yeah, great extension once again. Good snap of the wrist, leg drive, everything up and out into the court. Fantastic, Berra.
Biggest serve of the match today. Brings up a few game points. Backs it up again. Terrific job there from Michael Berra. He jumps ahead 2-1 in the third set. Well, it's a huge day here at Melbourne Park. Kids' Day, of course, just a couple of days out from the start of the Open. Adrian Franklin is roaming around in Garden Square with a few very excited kids.
Well, guys, they say never work with kids or animals, but today is Kids' Day, so that rule goes out the window. All of these kids are out here. They've been inside Rod Laver Arena, as I just step over this young girl, watching Guy Sebastian, Dora the Explorer, and all of her friends. Kids, what did you see inside Rod Laver Arena? What was your favourite part?
The tennis players.
Yeah?
The tennis players kicking the ball.
And what about Guy Sebastian? What do you guys think of Guy Sebastian? Did you like him?
Yes.
Yes.
That is, he's always, silly about stuff.
So there you go. We all love Guy Sebastian. We're all sun smart as well. Look at that hat. He's just come straight off the farm. That's beautiful. Guys, what are you going to do the rest of the day? Play a bit of tennis?
Yes.
Yeah. There's plenty of MLC tennis hotshots courts out here at Melbourne Park. The Australian Open starts on Monday. We're going to see plenty of these little rascals here throughout the next 2 weeks. This is too good.
Good on you, Adrian. Love your work out there in Garden Square. Plenty of excited kids out here at Melbourne Park today. So much action and activities, of course, for the kids and whole family to get involved in. Free entry, of course. Come on down, check it out. Great tennis happening too here on show court number 3. As these two men, Duty Seller serving now, and Michael Berra down the far end, fight for their life to get into the main draw early in the third set here.
Take a seat, little girl. Thank you.
Yeah, he certainly does a good job with the kids, doesn't he, Adrian? Inspiring the next Australian champion. Might be one of those.
Good opening point.
Well done.
Seller.
Well directed play into Berra's backhand. He's not able to have a hit at him. Punching that volley out in front. Fantastic. Good moving once again. They're mistakes that Berra can't afford. Duty doesn't have the biggest serve, so if it's on Berra's racket, he has to make him play.
Berra just sending that forehand wide. 3 game points now for Salah.
Yeah, just not quite collecting that left edge of the ball that I was talking about before. Ball played him a little bit. He's got to catch that out in front. But I do like to mix in the slice during that rally. Making duty hit up.
Salah romps through that service game to love. And we're back at 2 games all. Games going on serve here in the 3rd set. There's a game clock, 1 hour, 34 minutes. Conditions still sitting around the mid-20s. So comfortable for the boys, considering the 37-degree heat from yesterday. But plenty at stake for these two. Double fault to begin this game for Michael Berra. 2 double faults each for this match. Responds with a big serve.
Yeah, Duty not happy with that one. It was on his racket. Just maybe taking his eye off it for that split second. As a returner, you really want to follow the print of the ball. That's what I like to teach my kids that I work with. Once again, just side-swiping this last forehand a little bit. Body weight, pulling off. Just not quite committing. Maybe that tension creeping in at 2-all in the 3rd set.
Big serve again, gets him out of trouble. Back to 30-all. 208 Ks, that one. Such a weapon when it works.
Get that feeling that he's rushing his tennis just a little, maybe thinking ahead. This is where you want to, as a player, you want to really be present. Just take your time, set up for each point.
Critical moment in the context of this 3rd set. Duty Salah can't convert the break point chance. It's a good point constructed from Michael Berra.
Yeah, the intensity building out here. You can certainly hear his grunting, picking up, taking it to new levels.
Terrific crowd pouring in here to show court 3. Seeing some fine tennis. The net cord just sends it over the line, so a second break point chance here for the number 3 seed.
As I said about the rushing, it just gets that feeling that he's forcing things. This is where you just want to relax yourself before you play the point. Keep your muscles relaxed so you can perform the actions necessary to complete your shots.
He's got the all-important break, Duty Salah. He jumps ahead by 3 games to 2 in the 3rd and final set. This game is just getting started as we now go up to Brett Phillips in the host set. A few more results ticking through here around Melbourne Park, Brett.
Thank you, Dan. Plenty happening around at the grounds. We might just recap quickly those players that have made it through to the main draw starting on Monday. Ricardas Barenkas, number 2 seed from Lithuania. Akgul Amanmuradova of Uzbekistan is also through. Steve Johnson, he's played 3 great matches, 17-15 against Anathi Kokonakis on Wednesday. 3.5 hours. He got through much more comfortably today. 6-3, 6-4 over Ryan Sweeting of the United States. Daniel Brands, great start to the year. He won a round in Qatar on the ATP Tour. 6-4, 6-4. He is through. Maxine Orthom of Belgium has also made it through. Amir Wintrob of Israel, as we mentioned before, he's been a pro since 2005. And for the first time, he'll be making his Grand Slam debut. So that is a huge thing for Israeli tennis, and if Duty Seller can get through, they'll be having, well, maybe it's a very quiet drink tonight. So we'll keep an eye on all the matches. AustralianOpen.com is the one place to stay today. Of course, the schedule for Monday will be out a little bit later on. Hashtag AusOpen. All the players have been doing their media conferences. We'll bring you some thoughts of Novak Djokovic and Azarenka and co a little bit later on. Let's head back to show court 3. Duty Seller serving here.
Duty Seller broke in the previous game and looking here to consolidate in the 3rd set just to really gain the upper hand in this decider. He's got the first point.
Brett mentioned the players enjoying a quiet drink after this one. Players' party last night.
You were there, Nathan. How was it?
Just went ducked in for a few minutes. But, yeah, no. It's always exciting. Tennis Australia did a great job putting on a good show. A few barmen spitting bottles and spitting fire. And
always couple of game points now. Really starting to gain the ascendancy.
Yeah, Berra a little confused on what to do now. Just forcing it a touch, not committing and staying on his shots. Tension creeping in.
It's a big miss there from Salah. He had that.
Yeah, you can just feel it from up here, can't you, Dan? That anticipation of the main draw starting on Monday. These boys certainly want to be a part of it.
So much on the line for both of them. Pressure tennis. Capitalises on the break in the previous game. He holds serve and he takes a really good grasp of this 3rd set.
Berra just again not committing to that forehand. Just letting him down at the moment.
One step closer to the main draw is Duty Seller of Israel. 4 games to 2, he leads here. Michael Berra to serve though. Capable of pulling out some big first serves. This is the time where he needs it more than he has before in this match. Berra serving a 2-4.
Seconds.
Net coverage from the big German.
Yeah, that's a better ball from him, getting that left edge of the ball. A little bit of safety, bouncing up high into Duty's backhand. That's what he's got to be looking to do. If you're out in the grounds, get into show court 3. Completion of this match is going to be an interesting one.
77% of first serves in, winning 67% of the points on that first serve. Oh, well done, Julie Salah just whips that forehand cross court.
He really is mounting the pressure on Berra here. That's once again the danger of going to a player's running forehand. You can just do too much with that ball.
Forehand winner number 10. Berra just the 4. Duty Salah starting to swing pretty freely.
Maybe your tip will come through, mate.
Potentially.
Oh, that was definitely wide. Have to agree with Duty on that one.
13-15.
Tension's mounting for the lines people as well.
Just heard his support group saying, let's go, let's go. Quickly trying to refocus his mind, get back on with the job at hand. He's in a commanding position. Up a break. Can't execute that passing shot. Too good from Berra.
14-15.
Yeah, good movement from Berra, rather. Good serve in the body, great backhand volley. Maybe a little bit for a sucker for a lob.
One game point saved
14-13.
by Salah. Michael Berra of Germany is not done with yet. He holds serve here in the third set, but it's still Duty Salah of Israel leading 4 games to 3. Time now to go around the grounds once again. Here's Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Dan. A couple of matches we're just keeping an eye on which are nearing completion. Ruben Bemmelmans from Belgium, we already have seen today. Maxine Uthom, the number 31 seed from Belgium, go through. Bemmelmans, of course, seeded 4 here in men's qualifying, 7-6 and 5-4. So he's about to serve for the match against Marcel Ilhan of Turkey. Tatiana Malik, the 4th seed from Germany, she's in the second set tiebreaker, won the first set, I should say, against Vera Dushevina, 6 games to 4. Dushevina of Russia 5-3 now in the second set, and that tiebreaker well underway. Plenty of tweets coming in, gents. Nathan Healy, one I want to put to you, and Ben Rothenberg, hashtag AusOpen if you want to join the conversation, was asking Novak Djokovic at his media conference around about an hour ago about the new time rule enforcement. He said he'd be happy to accept the chair umpire's rulings if he went over the 20 seconds. It might catch a few players out, Nathan, during this tournament.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Ben. It's it's an interesting topic of discussion. I was actually at the player party last night. A few players were discussing it, and there's been a few time violations already awarded to players, and there's the chat. I'll just finish this point. Berra just pulls out wide, or I'm not sure what he's muttering out there. But anyway, Ben, yes, it is a touchy subject, and they're mentioning the possible introduction of a shot clock. So it remains fair. It's a little bit vague at this stage. But it will certainly be discussed over the next couple of months as Berra misses that forehand. Just not confident on that side at the moment.
Love here to Duty Salah. that backhand wing.
Yeah, Berra digging that backhand out, but not able to do enough. Duty is enjoying a target out here, that's for sure. Again, I'm not happy with where Berra approached that in the Duty's forehand. Prefer him coming into the backhand side off the approach shot.
10 backhand winners for Sella. Bit short on that backhand. Berra's on the board in this game.
But you can definitely feel it, that intensity's rising. Both players muttering to themselves a little more often at the moment.
Getting closer and closer to a conclusion here. Sella starting to taste it. Pushes that one again. We're now at 30 all.
Yeah, taking that on a half volley, that's always a difficult shot. Good depth from Berra.
Certainly still anyone's match here. Well, how about this for a turn of fortune? Great point.
Yeah, interesting play from Duty. I do like it, but he hasn't done it all match. So that to me suggests a little bit of confusion, nerves maybe, starting to sneak into his system.
He's getting a little bit anxious. Break point now for the German. Well saved from Sella. Crowd right involved in this clash. Great turnout today. Another breakpoint opportunity. As the tension continues to mount here on show court number 3. Berra presented with set point number 2.
Right idea there. Good play from both players. Berra on that last chip was trying to get it down low under Duty's toes. Just catching the tape.
Got a game point now, Duty Sella under the pump in this game here, facing a couple of break points, but now he's given himself a game point to jump ahead 5 games to 3 in this third set. Let's see if he can convert it. Convert he does. Duty Sella does it in style. He takes a very handy lead indeed. 5 games to 3. He leads in this third set. So some missed opportunities there, Nathan, for Michael Berra. Opportunities gone wanting.
Yeah, pressure mounting for both players. Berra certainly feeling it, a telling tale. His forehand starting to really go off.
So Michael Berra from Germany serving to stay in this match. Keep his hopes alive. Shaky start to begin. As Duty Sella down the other end has a bit of a skip in his step.
Yeah, he's just rushing a touch here, Berra. Needs to slow things down, take one at a time.
a really good position in this game. He's got the first 2 points. Really going to test the resolve here of Berra. And even more so now as he faces 3 match points against him.
He's really rushing here. He's up to the line already. Duty putting plenty of balls in the court. Pressure mounting for Berra.
One saved. 2 to go. As we approach the 2-hour mark. Just under. Still facing 2 match points. Make that 1.
The absolute bomb into the body of Sella there.
One match point remaining for Duty Sella here. On the verge of a berth in the main draw. The big serve again, 207 Ks.
And Dan, this is where it gets interesting. He come back. He was facing 3 match points. If he can find a way through this game, it puts a lot more pressure on Sella than if he'd cruised through this service game.
Oh, he's done well. Michael Berra has done very well, facing 3 match points against him. Now with a game point on his racket. Has to do a lot for the confidence. He will not lie down, Michael Berra of Germany. It's now 5 games to 4. He saved 3 match points in that one, but it's still the Israeli Duty Sella set to serve for the match in just a moment. 5-4, he leads.
Yeah, big first serves getting him out of trouble there.
Back now to our host set, once again with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Dan. One more result has just come in. Another man who's going to debut in his first ever Grand Slam. That is Ruben Bimmelmans of Belgium. It's been a good day for Belgium with Maxime Uthom getting through a little bit earlier. 115 in the world, so he's just outside direct entry. And as I said, he's qualified for the first time. 7-6, 6-4 over Marcel Ilhan of Turkey. And one other game that is now going to a third set. Just got through a second set tiebreaker. Vera Dushevina of Russia. Taking it 7 points to 3 up against Tatiana Malik of Germany, the 4th seed, who won the opening set there 6 games to 4. So a number of other matches have just got underway. We'll keep you updated with those. And Nathan, one other question I wanted to put to you today. There's a lot of activity coming in on Twitter. Hashtag AusOpen. Joe Wilfred Songa behind me, just inside Rod Laver Arena, has done his little media conference, and he was asked, what would you be if you weren't a tennis player? And he said a fireman. Did you contemplate another career choice when you were playing tennis, or did you want to be someone else if you weren't going to be a tennis player?
Yeah, just watching the end of this point. Yeah, good hustle, great point from both boys. Yeah, fellas, you know what? Tennis? I basically lived at a tennis centre from the age of 3 years old. Both my grandparents and my parents ran a tennis centre up in Gosford, and you know, it's just in the blood. So yeah, for me it was sort of almost decided for me, and it feels right. I love being around it. Awesome environment, and yeah, just so much fun. Got so much out of the sport.
Duty Sella here, serving for the match. He's got the first point.
Fireman's certainly interesting, though. but Berra's letting him down in the final stages of each point. Once again, I think he should be trying to shorten these rallies. They're getting a little bit long, and then that's when it tips in Duty's favour.
Well, Salah just a couple of points away from the match. We know he had 3 match points in the previous game. Berra saved all 3 though. He's got another 3 here. Duty Salah, the number 3 seed from Israel. Can he close it out and march on to the main draw? Job well done from Michael Berra. He saves 1.
Still in there, the big German. That's the beauty of tennis. No time limit out here.
Anything can happen. Still 2 match points remaining. Down to just the 1 more opportunity here.
Duty arming that backhand a little bit, not quite getting through it. Tension, you can feel it. Love the energy and enthusiasm around the area.
Berra is just hanging on by the skin of his teeth. 1 more match point for Salah. He's done it. He pumps the air, Duty Salah. He books a place into the main draw of the 2013 Australian Open. 4-6, 6-2, 6-4 in 43 minutes. A great effort from Duty Salah, Nathan. Through to the major championship he goes.
Yeah, he's going to be pumped with that, as you can see. He's thanking his fans. And the fans will give it to him back. Yeah, as I said, a lot of energy around here at Melbourne Park. You feel it. Leading into Monday, he's going to be pumped.
Really was a great contest from both players. Some quality tennis. You can see what it means to Duty Salah. So much at stake for both of these men, but it is Duty Salah that will march on through, qualifying out of this competition into the main draw starting on Monday. So the first set, 41 minutes, 6-4 to the German. Of course, Duty Salah leading 2 games to love early in that set, but the wheels fell off and Berra pounced. The second set, all Duty Salah, 6 games to 2, and the third, a great contest between 2 terrific players, but in 43 minutes it was 6 games to 4 to Duty Salah of Israel. Time now to go courtside with Adrian Franklin standing by with Duty Salah.
Duty Salah, you threw it to the main draw of the Australian Open yet again, and we could see from your reaction this means a lot to you.
Yeah, it means a lot, you know. I didn't want to disappoint the crowd here. Many Israelis. I feel very nice on the court here with all the atmosphere. Many Jewish people coming to watch me. So I didn't play the best today, but it was tough with the wind and everything. But I'm happy I'm through to the main draw, and hopefully I can continue.
Now, I know you've had a lot of great results for Davis Cup back in Israel, representing your country. Playing in front of a crowd like this in Melbourne, it's something you feed off, isn't it, while you're playing?
Yeah, it's easier to play in a crowd after you're playing in Davis Cup in front of your home crowd. You are very nervous. So when you come here, you're a little bit more relaxed. So it gave me a lot of, I think, a lot of experience to play a lot of good matches in Davis Cup for Israel. So I'm happy.
You've been in the main draw of the Australian Open quite a few times, from 2007 through to 2011, and now again. What's your greatest memory down here at Melbourne Park?
I think my greatest memory is to play in the center court against Tsonga. I played, and no, you know what? No, I was in 2006. I qualified and I won the first round. Then I played against Safin in the other stadium, and it was amazing. I lost in 5 sets, and I like it here. You know, it feels like the same condition like in Israel, windy, hot, and I like it.
Well, congratulations again. We look forward to seeing the crowd behind you come next week at the Australian Open.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Guys, Dudi Sela is through to another main draw of the Australian Open, and the crowd have been right behind it. We expect to see that happen again come next Monday.
Thank you, Adrian. The second Israeli to go through after Amir Winthrob got through earlier today. It was a good story itself, having, of course, debuted back in 2005, and he's finally through to his first main draw. So they might get together, the two, and congratulate each other throughout the day. We're about to bring you some match highlights. 3 sets for Dudi Sela today to get past the big German, the lefty from Stuttgart, Michael Berra, who started this match very well. But one theme right throughout is the full court game from both players, who were prepared to get into the net on quite a number of occasions. Very solid from the back of the court, but it certainly wasn't a baseline battle. Had a little bit of everything. Berra, with the big reach at the net, was hard to pass, but Dudi Sela on that occasion was able to get a forehand cross court. And that backhand, one of the features of the match, he really gives it a good wind-up, Dudi Sela. And in the end, he got on top to win in 3 sets. So Dudi Sela makes it through for the 22nd time into a major. It's been a pretty good career. It's been as high as 29 in the world. Looking at the match summary here, and very even in terms of the winners. A few more unforced errors, in fact nearly double there for Michael Berra, which was telling in the end. Sela winning 7 more points. As you can see there, a lot of net play from both players. And it was Berra who served down the 8 aces, but Dudi Sela off the ground had all the replies today. So well done to Dudi Sela, 27 years of age from Tel Aviv, and he's been around for a long time. We've seen him here at Melbourne Park each year for the last 7 or 8 years, and he is through to the main draw once again. Berra from Stuttgart, who's been as high as 42 in the world, did make the 3rd round of the French Open back in 2011, but he will not be at Melbourne Park this year. Now, just some other matches that are taking place at the moment. Into a 3rd set between Vera Dushevina of Russia up against Tatiana Malik of Germany. And it was Malik, of course, who lost the first set, won the first set, I should say, 6 games to 4. Dushevina in a tight tiebreaker in the second, won at 7-6, and she's got a nice little break serving for a 3-love lead in the 3rd set. Also the game going on court 14. This has been going for a little while here. Luksika Kamkam of Thailand taking on Marta Sirektina of Russia, and the young girl from Thailand leading 3 games to 2 in the 3rd set. A number of the other matches are just underway. We might just recap for you those that have made it through to the main draw. Maxime Uthom of Belgium, Ricardas Barenkas of Lithuania, the 2nd seed, very good young player, is through. Akgul Amanmuradova of Uzbekistan, Adrian Manarino of France, Steve Johnson, been 3 big matches for him. And he didn't think he was going to get through his first round match against Thanasi Kokkinakis of Australia, but he's got through against Ryan Sweeting today, fellow American, 6-3, 6-4. Vesna Delanche of Serbia has knocked out Stephanie Dubois of Canada. Daniel Brands, the German, who's had a good start to the year, he is also through. And as you just saw there, Dudi Sela of Israel has made it through. The next match coming up, there's one Australian left. Can she get through for the first time into a Grand Slam main draw? We're about to find out. Arina Rodionova taking on Maria Hoekola of Portugal. That is coming up next, live here from Melbourne Park.
you want to have fun, make a bunch of new friends and play an awesome sport all at the same time? Impossible, you say? Well, MLC Tennis Hot Shots is the game for you, with its kid-sized courts and super hittable balls. And now, we've got another reason for you to join up. We're giving away this awesome SpongeBob backpack to kids who start playing between December 16 and February 28th. To get one is easy. Just visit your local coach to join the fun and then register online. For more details, head to hotshots.tennis.com.au/start playing and get your SpongeBob backpack today.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park, the final day of qualifying. It's been Kids' Day here as well. A lot of kids around, a lot of families, and the top players have kept them entertained on Rod Laver Arena a little bit earlier, the precursor to what is going to be a great tournament starting on Monday. And keep an eye on AustralianOpen.com because the schedule for day one will be out later this afternoon, early evening. Keep an eye on AustralianOpen.com for day one and day one night action, which is always a highlight, as the crowds will filter in here in massive numbers come Monday. Arena Rodionova, can she get through? She's had 2 tough matches so far, ranked 248 in the world, and she takes on Maria Joao-Cola, 13th seed from Portugal, only a young player who is just trying to make her way in the game. And Arena, 23 years of age, and it'd be a big moment for her too to get through to a main draw. She's been playing a lot of the Australian Pro Tour events, of course her and her sister Anastasia making Australia their home over the last couple of years. Unfortunately, Anastasia bowed out yesterday in a tough one out on court 6, but no doubt she'll be barracking hard for her sister today as she tries to make it through. She loves to throw in those drop shots, and it'll be interesting to see how she goes. Not as windy conditions as we had yesterday, and a lot cooler too, only a top of 24 degrees here in Melbourne today. So the players are out on court for the coin toss here. And Arena always colourful. We love her post-match interviews. Had a great chat to Adrian Franklin yesterday. Delighted to make it through to this stage. Also, coming up a little bit later on, Julian Reister of Germany, who defeated Australia's Matt Reed in a tough game yesterday. He takes on James Ward of Great Britain. And Ward, of course, is trying to win another spot in the Grand Slam. His best result, second round Wimbledon last year, and did play the first round of the Australian Open last year, but wasn't successful. So ranking 247, James Ward trying to make his way through, but Reister served beautifully yesterday. That should be a great match coming up a little bit later on. So we are going to take a quick break, and we will come back with the action on Show Court 3 as qualifying continues here from Melbourne Park.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Welcome back to a very busy Melbourne Park today for day 3, the final day of qualifying here for Australian Open 2013. And we look forward to this match. Both players out on court right now, and the last representative for Australia, Arena Rodionova, and she's going to be taking on Maria Joao-Cola from Portugal. So a massive game. As I welcome my co-commentator for today, Kate Kearns, welcome back.
Adrian, it's great to be back. Looking forward to this game. I mean, both women obviously in pretty good form coming into the third match of the qualies today. And I should think that Cola will get through. She is ranked 128 in the world. Arena Rodionova, age 23. She's 248, so that's a fair difference in terms of ranking. And I just got a feeling that Cola is on the rise. She's been bringing that ranking down ever so slowly, but surely over the past 3 years is starting to play some really good tennis.
Yeah, well, on paper, you would have to think that Cola would be favourite, but don't count out Rodionova. She is certainly enigmatic, to say the least. I've had the pleasure of speaking to her quite a few times over the past couple of months, and she's certainly an interesting character.
Yeah, she'll be entertaining, that's for sure. And she'll have the Australian crowd behind her. And as Brett Phillips alluded to earlier, she is the last Australian female in the qualifiers, so she certainly will have the support behind her today.
No doubt. As people still stream into Show Court 3, remember, anyone out there today, Kids Tennis Day took place this morning, and that's concluded. So if you're still here at Melbourne Park, or if you're in the area, make sure you get down here. It's the final day of qualifying, and they're huge matches.
Had to laugh earlier, Adrian, as I was walking through. They've got a pram park.
Yes, they certainly do. Did you see how many prams were there?
Yeah, and they look like four-wheel drives. My word.
The modern day pram.
The modern day pram, you know, fit for any occasion, any terrain, Melbourne Park or the beach. So, very interesting.
As we see some youngsters there in the crowd. And remember, Twitter, the modern way to communicate. Join the conversation right now, hashtag AusOpen. Anything to do with the Australian Open or the qualifiers, if you have any questions or comments, lots of the players are making statements on Twitter. They have been. John Isner got on there earlier in the week and unfortunately let us know that he was withdrawing from the Australian Open. That was breaking news on Twitter, so that's where you find out the information any second.
Absolutely. Well, Arena's been busy tweeting over the past week and thanking the fans out there for the support that she's been getting, and I know she's been playing some great tennis.
Yeah, she's an avid Twitter follower.
Do you tweet much, Adrian?
I tweet 0 amounts of times. I'd like to, but I think it's taken me a little while. Yeah, it's taken me a while, as perhaps that gentleman's just sending one away. Just, it's amazing though. I mean, I think it's just the way we're going to start to follow and communicate. It's instantaneous, and that's the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the fact that you have to be quite precise and, you know, only a few words, and I think that's best in most, you know, on most occasions.
Absolutely.
Someone's got something to say it quickly.
Yeah, well, that gentleman's got a lot to say, apparently. He's right there on Twitter. There's the website, AustralianOpen.com. All of the information, it's all encompassing, that website. Jump on it. It's designed beautifully, and it's got all the information for the upcoming Grand Slam, the first Grand Slam of the year, as the players just finish off with some serves.
Been enjoying the profiles on the website. Each day, Tennis Australia's been putting out profiles on the players, which has been great.
So Arina Rodionova won the toss, and she is going to either serve or receive.
I think she's decided to serve, actually.
She
there
has?
was a change at the when they actually did the coin toss, and they did change ends then, so feeling that she's serving first.
Well, usually you would serve first if you were to win the toss.
I mean, if you're feeling confident about your game, absolutely.
Yeah, well, particularly in the men's game, it would be very surprising for someone to say, "I'll receive." The women's game, I guess, perhaps if you're not feeling overly confident with your serves and you were a stronger returner, you decide to return.
Yeah, get a nice break early if you feel that that's the strength of your game. And to be honest, with the women's game these days, we frequently see the serve broken. So as you said, it's not unusual to decide to receive. As we can see that Kohler has actually, she'll be serving.
So there you go. Rodionova did decide after all of that.
She's decided to receive.
So we're in readiness now. Kohler, the 13th seed from Portugal. She's in the white top, and she's going to kickstart proceedings against Arina Rodionova. Rodionova's sister, Anastasia, she bowed out yesterday. So Rodionova is the lone Australian in this qualifying event. We do already have a large amount of Australians into the main draw of the Australian Open.
Are we aware of who the winner of this match will play
Maria
tomorrow? Or, I mean, on
Ready.
Monday or so?
No, not at this stage.
Not at this stage?
No.
Find out later today.
Yeah, so Kohler to kickstart proceedings.
Oh! 15 left.
And she takes that first point. both players will take a few games to settle into this one.
No doubt. I imagine Kohler will want to try to get that ball onto the backhand side of Rodionova. Favours the forehand.
Wait, please.
And there you go. So she certainly does favour that forehand. Booming shot there.
Absolutely. Kohler, I mean, Rodionova was well behind the baseline, then got caught. Ball dropped short.
And again, so Rodionova already down 40 love really quickly, and you can see early stages that Kohler's going to go for that forehand. Rodionova doesn't have as big a stroke on either side, so this will be interesting to see how she can take it up to Kohler.
Game. Kohler.
And a very quick game. Kohler takes that one, holds serve. She leads 1-0.
Guys, can you just go tell the ones at the back that if the ball goes over, not to get it between the first and the second serve. Just leave it until after the point.
Just some tennis etiquette
Yes.
there by the central umpire.
Well, it's funny you say that because there have been so many times throughout the past few days where tennis etiquette has come to the fore. I'm not sure if you've seen, but the umpires have been having to remind a lot of the patrons not to walk in while the point's taking place. I mean, that's, I guess, the beauty of tennis. It's a diverse sport. You have a lot of different people coming to watch, but sometimes they don't all know what the etiquette is.
And I think on sort of the smaller courts, although this is it is a show court and it's quite large, it's quite distracting to have people walking around the back of the court when you're trying to serve.
Love 15.
That's a lovely backhand from Kohler. Second serve. It only came through at 129 kilometres an hour. Took full advantage. She's the #1 Portuguese player.
Yeah, you can tell why.
I can't think of any other players, so I'll have to look that up, Adrian.
Yeah.
Might get some of our listeners out there, perhaps if they could tweet us.
Yeah, whenever I think about Portugal, I think of soccer and Cristiano Ronaldo.
Do you?
Yes. He's not a tennis player, he's a soccer player. But he's always whenever I see Portugal, I just think Cristiano Ronaldo.
Well, I spent some time down on the Algarve, which was lovely.
You did?
Yes, very nice part of the world.
Did you see Cristiano at all?
No.
Oh, okay. You'd know if you saw him. He makes it very well known. And that power is
15,
evident
30.
at the moment.
That backhand is a weapon, the double-hander. Mind you, she's had plenty of time, Kohler, to take aim and to hit through that ball. Rodionova will need to keep those balls deep.
Yeah, you're right. She just overplayed that one, but again, she had plenty of time.
Yeah, she's got quite a bit on that ball, and her most of the balls are deep in the court, keeping Rodionova behind the baseline, putting a lot of pressure on her opponent, come up with big shots.
And what a stroke that is. Time to perfection. Step forward, and that was not coming back.
And lovely angle on that backhand. She's had 2 winners off that side. early in this match, and she's got break point.
And a look at a second serve. You'd expect her to step forward into this one. And she does just that, but overplays it slightly.
Yeah, just hooked the forehand. Was interesting though, she didn't step in as much as I thought on that second serve.
Sort of waited for the ball to come to her, didn't she?
Yeah. She knows that there's a bit of bounce on the second service of Rodionova.
So we're back at juice here.
Advantage, Kola.
And she picks up one more break point. And already, Rodionova, that's something we're going to hear a lot of.
A little chat?
Yes.
To herself.
Some self-chat. Here we go. Oh.
She has any support courtside, we noticed, in terms of sister?
Not sure. Her coach, Mark Safoulis, will definitely be here. I've chatted to him a couple of times over the past few days as well. So he's just recently started working with Rodionova. And the frustration continues there.
By 2 games to love.
So already an early break, and Kola takes a 2 games to love lead.
Well, that's the pressure that Kola's putting on the game early of Rodionova. With that double fault, she knew if she just put that serve in, that Kola would have been all over it. Nice early break.
And a second survey. So Kola has announced herself right here. Power off serve, forehand and backhand.
Well, she could see Rodionova sort of leaning to the other side, straight down the tee with that second serve.
Well,
it's just going to be a matter of whether she can keep the ball in play, Kola. She does overplay it slightly.
She's looking for the early winner, isn't she?
She really is, yeah.
That's lovely. Just took the short ball. Kola came in after that serve.
15.
Really like the serving style of Kola, I have to say. She puts a lot of weight forward, a lot of momentum going into that ball early, and she's averaging around about 150, 160 k's an hour, so not too shabby.
40, 15.
And there you go. I love the way she prepares early for that forehand as well. She backhand right back. She's so early on the ball. And she picks up 2 game points here to take a 3-love lead. And there you have it. So Kola, she bursts out and she's leading 3 games to love with a break of serve. So plenty happening here at Melbourne Park, and we are going around the grounds.
Time to have a look at what's happening around the grounds here at Melbourne Park, and fantastic to see plenty of people still out in Garden Square. But let's now head out to court number 6, because we have Tatiana Malik taking on Vera Dushevina of Russia. And out on court 6, Malik took the first set 6 games to 4. Dushevina has fought back though, taking a tie-break in the second set, 7 points to 3. And currently Dushevina is leading 5 games to 3 in the deciding third set, and leads 15-love in this game. And that has been forced wide into the tram line, so it's now 30-love. Dushevina serving here, serving nearest to camera on court 6. We'll also update you with what's happening on court 8 and court 11 in a moment. A couple of interesting matches there. But here's Dushevina. First serve going long. We saw Tatiana Malik from Germany on our show court 3 yesterday. Very good player from Germany, 4th seed, but under a bit of pressure there as we head back to show court 3. Arena Rodionova doing battle with Maria Kohler, Adrian Franklin and Kate Kearns.
Thank you, Matt. Plenty happening here at Melbourne Park. It's a great time of year, summer in Melbourne, and we've got the biggest show in town starting on Monday.
Love.
Kohler just a little wild on that backhand then. Too much air. Needs to kick over the ball.
Well, Rodionova started a little better in this game, and she really needs to get on the board here. That's an understatement.
It is, Adrian, and you've got to do a little more with the serve. And that through at 130 Ks. It was short, and it got dealt with.
Great shot. And that's what she needs to do. She needs to be proactive.
40-15.
Well, that was the best shot of the match so far for Arena.
So 2 game points here to get on the board.
Oh. 40-30.
So Rodionova now, 40-30. She just needs to stabilise here. First serves are going to be incredibly important.
In game, Rodionova.
And she picks that one up. So first serve in, takes that game, and it's 3 games to 1. Kohler leading. And we've got Matt Hill up in host set for some information on court number 6.
Yes, that match is over, Adrian. Unfortunately for the 4th seed Malik, she's gone down in that 3rd set. So Vera Dushevina qualifies from Russia, taking the match 4-6, 7-6, 6-3. Next match up on court 6, Donald Young and Jamie Baker. That's an interesting one. We'll be certainly monitoring that.
Thank you, Matt. Yet another player through to the main draw of the Australian Open, Dushevina. Congratulations. And what a stroke that was. From behind the baseline, she creates so much power.
Yeah, I think she was nearly in the air when she hit that forehand. Dushevina, a lot of power. She's strong through the hips and great off both sides.
So right now, if you're Arena Rodionova, what do you need to try and do to get back into this one?
I'd like to see her actually bring her opponent Kohler into the net a little, make her run around a bit more, stay in the points a bit longer. So far, the game's been played from the baseline. I think if there's any Achilles here, it might be the movement of Kohler.
40-15.
Of course, easier said than done when you've got someone who can put down a big serve, puts themselves in a very good position early in the point.
Yeah, well, it will be interesting to take a look at the statistics, the winners from both girls, and then also the unforced errors. I think they'll be alarming.
Oh. 40-30.
There'll be quite a few unforced errors on the racket of Kohler, actually. She's hit a few winners, but at the same time, a little loose.
Yeah, I'm sure that's something that her coach would be drumming into her. She's clearly got the game to win a match, but she's got to cut down on those errors. But she doesn't need to cut down on that. The winner count is up, and she takes a 4 games to 1 lead. We'll be back in just a moment. MLC tennis hotshots. We had plenty of kids here earlier today enjoying that tennis, that program. It's brilliant. Make sure you get involved. hotshots.tennis.com.au. It's the modern day way to learn how to play tennis. Okay, I love it.
I'll have to find out from you later how you learnt to play.
Still learning. There you go.
Well, that's nice. She took the ball on the rise. And that forehand, we said, is a weapon for Arena. Lovely shot down the line. Give her some confidence.
Oh!
Well, just a bit unfortunate, but that's one of the better rallies of the match so far.
That was the best rally of the match, and at the end of the day, though, I just don't think that Rodionova is actually going to win the match by playing those sorts of points. If it plays into the hands of Kohler.
Yeah, I think she's lifted the tempo right now. At least she's trying to change something. She's hitting the ball hard.
And she stayed in that point a lot longer, so
exactly.
it is encouraging.
But you're right, it probably won't be enough to win this match, so she needs to be conscious of that. Great serve.
Yeah, it was a good serve because it took Kohler out wide.
30-15.
And as we said, I think if there's some part of her game to be exposed, it will be her movement. Hugging that baseline.
And that's the way she likes to play. When she gets a short ball, Kohler, she'll step forward and the ball will not come back.
There is some pace on that backhand from Kohler. Comes in, gets the short ball and makes sure of it with the forehand. But set up by a beautiful backhand down the line. Really kept low. Had some spin on it.
There's another good serve. As you mentioned before, she's moving that one around.
Yeah, she is, and she can just keep Kohler out wide. Give herself an opportunity, either if the return's in and she's got the open court to put away the winner.
So she takes that one. Another unforced error from Kohler. She certainly doesn't hold back. Kohler still leading with a break, 4 games to 2.
And Rodionova, she'll be taking notice of that from Kohler. She's pretty happy just to go for the winner early in the point, and really should have just got that serve back in. She's still only the break down, so...
So this is a big game.
It is a big game.
15.
Not a great start. Wasn't one of her bigger serves. I think down at 162. She hit one at 177 kilometres an hour before.
Straight into the body, though.
So some alarming stats there. Second serves won, 88%.
Take a seat, please.
And 75% for first serves won. They are very high.
That's a good percentage.
Really good.
You happy with that if you're
Guys,
the coach?
can you just stop, please?
And once again, we have the issue of patrons walking in at any time they feel like it.
I think it's because it's such a lovely, relaxed atmosphere out there at the moment. People are just, yes, you know, doing as they please.
So perhaps there's a need for the multilingual umpire, Kate.
Do you think?
Well, I mean, it's showing right now, because sometimes the patrons come in and perhaps if English isn't their first language, we need the umpire to just drop in some Chinese or some Spanish, and then we'll make sure we continue moving forward.
Well, I think that most people that are close to those that are wandering around sort of grab them by their arm and
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what language you speak.
Of course, yes, of course.
30-15.
Speaking of multilingual, Rodionova, perhaps a bit of Russian there.
Yes, how is your Russian, Adrian? Did you pick up what was being said?
It's not bad, but I just didn't learn those particular words.
$40-15.
Well, the smashing of the racket onto court, we all know that whatever language that's in.
Absolutely.
That's the I am not happy.
Yep, there's clarity there.
I've got to stop missing these shots.
Game, Fuller.
It just misses, so
New balls, please.
Rodionova was trying to move Kohler from side to side, but
5 games to 2.
unsuccessful. As we see the replay here, that backhand just wide.
Yeah, just missing, but I do like that approach from Rodionova. She is moving her opponent around the court, sort of opening up the court, at least giving herself an opportunity to win those points. She was unlucky on that occasion. She nearly got that backhand down the line in. But I just feel like she's starting to get some momentum into this game. She's staying in points a little longer. So things looking up, although, as I said, she's still down a break in this first set.
There's a bit of self-talk there again from Rodionova. So again, the emotions go. Did you see? It's like she had toothpaste there. I'm not sure what that was. So there you go. Just a little bit of self-chat, some self-coaching perhaps. It's purely legal. That's fine to do.
I talk to myself all the time.
Yeah, I guess that's a different sort of talk, isn't it?
It's to the voices in my head, Adrian. I don't consider it a one-way conversation.
That is concerning, Kate. So Rodionova, she places the glasses again on her head, which is, I guess, slightly unusual. We don't see too many players with the sunnies on, but it's what she likes to do.
It's very Sam Stosur-like, isn't it?
It is. Just get concerned on a humid day like today. Just the sweat, the beads of sweat, the fog perhaps as well.
Yeah.
New balls.
Love 15.
Just not in position to take that backhand, Rodionova then. Got to have better footwork than that. Really stood up and tried to deliver on that side. You need to get over the ball on the backhand side.
Yeah, she's in big trouble here.
And people still moving around in the crowd.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that gentleman's been to the tennis too many times.
He's looking for shade.
Yeah.
Love 30.
And great depth from Kohler.
Yeah, she keeps Rodionova pinned to the back of the court and, you know, sort of a good metre or so behind the baseline. I mean, that's a difficult place to try to win points from. Got to get more on this first serve. At least better placement.
And that's superior tennis from Kohler. Again, just the overwhelming power. It means Rodionova is pinned to the baseline, as you mentioned, Kate. And that's certainly a modern-day stroke, that one.
No, Rodionova in all sorts of trouble here. She's down 3 break points and 3 set points.
Oh, she had an opening there. Rodionova tentatively moved forward, but it's probably not a bad move. Just to change it up, move forward. Just, you've got to give Kohler something to think about.
Absolutely, that's exactly what we were talking about, Adrian. So, got away with it then. Kohler knew exactly where she wanted to put it.
And it's hit the line, so she saves 2 set points here. Still 1 to come.
She's played 2 of the best points so far in the match, Rodionova.
So the winner count, 11 winners to Kohler and 2 to Rodionova. Oh, that's a poor decision. So the pressure becomes all too much, and Kohler takes the first set in 26 minutes, 6 games to 2.
And Rodionova is leaving the court, and she's taking a break.
So the set is over. Rodionova's headed off for a short break, and we're going to head up to host set for some more updates.
Yes, Serena Rodionova leaving the court there for a toilet break, and probably a good chance to clear the head as well, with Maria Kohler, who first competed here at the Australian Open 12 months ago. She was knocked out first round by Kim Clijsters, 7-5, 6-1. Clijsters going deep into the tournament, as you know. Let's have a look at the highlights of this first set, and as Katie Kearns was mentioning, the Australian being pinned to the back of the court on too many occasions. Some deep ground strokes from Maria Kohler. Good rally here, but that one put away easily by Kohler in the end. Lovely forehand down the line that time from the Australian, but just too much strength from the Portuguese woman. And she is at the net, really forcing the issue there. That one too long from Rodionova. Let's have a look at the stats. This set went for 26 minutes, and Kohler really putting those winners away 11-3. That really stands out, doesn't it? Helping the total points 129-17. It was pretty quick there for Maria Kohler, considering that Rodionova was on court yesterday, and remembering it was very hot yesterday in the part of the afternoon that she played. It was around about 37 degrees. It was hot and very blustery as well, so maybe that is affecting her 24 hours later. But she's left the court, so just a slight delay before we get the second set underway. More on Australian Open television after this.
Second set, Kohler to serve.
Now, welcome back. Kohler to serve, which is bad news for Rodionova after losing the first set, 6-2. First game of the second set.
Love 15.
Not a great way to start the second set from Kohler. Conditions absolutely perfect out there at the moment, Adrian. Wind's dropped, sun's just poking out behind the clouds. Temperature's spot on.
15 all.
Yeah, we saw some of the stats from the first set. So unforced errors fairly even, but the winner count, there was a dramatic difference in that, as we've seen in that first set.
By about 10.
Yeah.
That's all the difference. I was surprised though the first serve percentage for both players. Kohler was 50%, Roddy Nova 46%. That's pretty low for both, obviously. Oh, Kohler, that beautiful forehand.
30-15.
Almost came around the post then with the net. Swing that back in.
Yeah, well, that's the perfect position for her. Forehand winners 9-1. That's significant right there. She loves the forehand. So she's missed that backhand. We need to see Roddy Nova focus more on that side.
We do too, and Kohler, I'm not sure that we picked up the stat on the backhand unforced errors, but I think that's where most of them are coming from at the moment. Lifts a little on that. There's more control on the forehand side.
Well, there you have it. So 9 backhand unforced errors to 8. So that's going to be the problem for Roddy Nova, as she just speaks to herself once again. She needs to cut out her unforced errors.
I think she's just struggling with the weight of ball from the Portuguese lady.
Game Kohler.
Well, again, she struggled with that. So much power behind that serve, and she takes an early lead, 1 game to love.
It's interesting. She seems to, Kohler likes the hard courts, seems to have had most of her victories on hard courts. And coming from Portugal, we think that clay court would be her preference, but she loves the conditions here. She had a good win last year at Astana, a satellite tournament in July, and also was runner-up in the Ukraine and in France. So she's had a good last 6 months, and as we said, has come into the qualifiers here at the Australian Open with some good form.
Yeah, well, she's been really impressive here. First round, she beat Chiara Skoll 6-3, 6-1. And then round 2, it was a 6-3, 6-4 defeat of the Australian Tammy Patterson. So she's been very convincing, and she's won the first set here. So that's 5 sets in a row with no loss at this stage. But intelligent shot, Roddy Nova, just behind Kohler.
15 love.
That's also a strategy she could look at.
Yeah, absolutely. She could see that her opponent was looking to get back on the forehand side and went in behind her.
And not happy there, Roddy Nova. She just needs to maintain composure now.
$15
The footwork is not good, Adrian, I have to say, and I'm just wondering whether or not, you know, just some small movements there with her feet just to get her going. But she tries to stand and deliver on too many occasions. You can hear the good footwork from Kohler up this end. Mikes are picking that up courtside.
Yeah, her early preparation, Kohler, is very impressive.
15-30.
And that hurts. There was an early break of serve in that first set, so now just a little opening, 15-30. You'd think if Kohler could just take an early break here, it would almost break Roddy Nova.
I think you're quite right. She's a little down on herself at the moment, so an early break will not help things.
Out. 15-40.
Just wide on the backhand side. It's interesting because I was watching a match last night, obviously with up in Sydney, and Sibulkova or Sibulkova.
Yeah, whichever way you go.
Yeah, whichever way you want to go there. You know, talking about the fact that she sort of had one gear, and you get the feeling that Rodionova just doesn't have a game that she can change around too much to do any damage here against Kohler. Having said that, that was a better point, better constructed point by Rodionova.
Now, that was an unbelievable scoreline last night in a final.
Oh my Lord, that was over too quickly.
Love and love.
Love and love.
Radvanska.
Not good.
Oh. We saw Sally Piers earlier this week. Unfortunately experienced that. That goes long. So the weight of stroke proving to be too telling again, and she has taken the early break. She did it in the first set, and she's done it again in the second set.
I like the composure out there of the young Portuguese. She's very cool, calm and collected out on court. Does everything at her own pace. Won't be rushed.
A little bit of a fist pump there as well. Love to see that. Just subtle.
Yeah, that's confidence.
Great depth from Rodionova.
Changed up the pace of the ball a couple of times then, Rodionova, and made Kohler really think about what shot to hit.
Well, you mentioned before her footwork, and although Kohler didn't win that one, it was evident as we see the replay there. I mean, depth is something. If Rodionova can keep the balls deep, it will mean Kohler will just need to, you know, slow down that stroke.
15-all. And it gives her less time to prepare on both sides, and we've seen the damage that she does when she's got plenty of time to prepare to hit the shot. It's a big serve at 177.
And another ace. Cheap points is what you're after. Is that disbelief?
Well, there's no point standing there with your hands on your hips, because that was...
It happened.
It happened. It was a great serve. It was an ace. Let's move across to the other side of the court, shall we?
Thanks, mate.
So 30-all. If you were to imagine Rodionova getting back into this set, this game's going to be telling.
Oh, she's got a chance here on a second serve.
So a double fault and a window of opportunity.
That was interesting from Kohler then. She really didn't try to put anything on that second serve, just hit it really flat. And no safety about that shot.
And she takes the break. It was only a small window of opportunity, but she closes it. And it is 2-1. Early stages of this second set. Now, we've spoken about hot shots, another program. Cardio tennis is massive in Australia now, and we have Dan Ryan out there talking to Karen Clydesdale.
Good on you, Adrian. I certainly do. Karen Clydesdale, a lot of hype around Melbourne Park, a lot of hype too around cardio tennis. Fill us in. What's it all about?
Certainly. Well, cardio tennis is a fitness-based tennis program. It was launched a year ago. It's in about 500 venues around Australia, and it is going hot. We had about 98 people on court today in 2 hours, and they were loving it. Basically, it's being aerobics on a tennis court or Zumba on a tennis court. You keep fit, there's music going, low compression balls, you wear a heart rate monitor, and you have fun on a tennis court.
It sounds awesome. What kind of people are you aiming to attract to this kind of program?
Cardio tennis is for everyone, but very much for adults. It's a great fitness program for women and men, but particularly there to, you know, get fit, and all ages, all abilities. Yep.
Terrific initiative. How do you get involved in cardio tennis?
Okay, we've got a website, cardiotennis.com.au. Go there, put in your details and you get a free trial, and you can also go in to win an Australian Open 2014 experience, and you can go to any of those venues and receive a free trial.
We're going to see cardio tennis happen around the Open. What can you do to get involved during the 2 weeks of the Grand Slam?
Yep, certainly. There's going to be activations on Grand Slam Oval. It's called Burn It. You hop out there and it's a virtual game, and you have an RFID open interactive technology, and it'll go straight to Twitter or Facebook. You can enjoy that. Go to any of the showcases on Margaret Court Arena, day 1, day 2 and day 6. And also we've got a flash mob. Go to Cardio Tennis Australia Facebook, and you can join that and look at the flash mob moves. And we've got that on Monday the 21st and Wednesday the 23rd. Up at Fed Square on the Monday and down here on Garden Square.
Sounds excellent. Guys, get involved. Cardio tennis back now to commentary on show court number 3.
Beautiful work, Dan Ryan and Karen Clydesdale. What a wrap-up of cardio tennis, and what a program it is. I've had the pleasure of participating in cardio tennis myself, Kate.
Was it Zumba? Cardio tennis? Because I'm very interested in finding out a little more about that.
It was a bit of everything.
Was it?
Oh, there's Zumba, aerobics, tennis, you make friends. As Rodionova storms to a 40-love lead.
40-love.
Make sure you keep your eyes peeled for cardio tennis at Melbourne Park during the Australian Open. It's much more enjoyable than going to the gym. So Kohler just fighting back.
14,
Rodionova,
15.
2 game points. Wouldn't it fill her with some confidence to see the scoreboard with 2-all in the second set?
Absolutely. I mean, 2-love down in this second set. I think we were thinking it was all over, but great fight back here by Rodionova. I have to say, Kohler seems to have just gone off the boil in terms of some of her shots. Still going for them, but just needs to put a little spin on that ball.
And she changes the pace of that stroke, which is what we've been talking about, and it proves to be effective. We're at 2 games apiece.
I might need to eat my words, because I said I didn't think Rodionova had a game that she could necessarily change, but she is giving Kohler something to think about at the end of the court. She's giving, providing her with some different speed, different pace, a little bit of backspin, making her really think about what she needs to do out there.
Well, that's just such a simple stroke to play, that last forehand. I mean, you see Bernard Tomic do that so well, so effectively. But Kohler, she wasn't ready for it.
No, and I think she'd grown used to the pace of the game out there. She was very comfortable and she knew exactly what was coming down and how to hit it. But Rodionova, full credit, getting herself back into this match. Just needs to stay focused here. Wind picking up a little.
Yeah, well, you just hope that Rodionova's conscious of the fact that, all right, I slowed the pace of the ball down there and she hit it out, so maybe I could do that again. She sort of tries to do it then. I'm sure when you're a coach in the stands, you're pulling your hair out at times.
Yeah, absolutely. But once again, she's too far behind the back of the court to be making that shot. The ball had dropped and was never going over.
Yeah, she just needed to loop that one back, I think, and just get back into the court.
40 left.
It's just drifted along, so 174 kilometres an hour. That's a big first serve.
And this is a good game from Kohler. She's just lost 2 games in a row. 40-love up. Once again, just taking the time.
And what a serve that is. So as the wind picks up a little bit,
3 games to 2.
There was no concern for Kohler, and she takes a 3 games to 2 lead. But we are on serve now in the second set.
Kohler with that big thumping serve out wide. It was at 164 kilometres an hour, but she has the wind behind her.
So plenty happening here at Melbourne Park. Let's have another update around the grounds.
to have a look at what's happening on court 6, 7 and 8. Currently on court number 6, we see Donald Young, who disposed of the one-time world number 4 James Blake yesterday on show court 3. Currently doing battle with Jamie Baker from Great Britain. This match has just kicked off, and currently it is 2-1 in favour of Donald Young. But things on serve there on court 6. On court 7, Corinne Knapp, who was one-time world number 35 in 2008, hailing from Italy. She is ranked 8 or seeded 8 in this qualifying competition, up against Alison Risk from the USA. And this is how this is looking. Karen Knapp 6-4 in the first set, 2-6 down in the second, but is coming away with the third currently at 3-love. And a man we watched yesterday, Tim Smiechek, the 25-year-old from Milwaukee in USA, he disposed of Matthew Barton, the young Sydney-sider, and number 11 seed in qualifying has gone down to Cedric Marcel Stieb from Germany, and that was in straight sets. It was a comprehensive defeat in the end. Back to Adrian Franklin.
Thank you, Matt Hill. Another great wrap-up. It's an exciting time here at Melbourne Park. Get down here, qualifying final day. Well, she's tried something there. Not quite what we were looking for, though.
Hasn't quite worked for her today, the drop shot from Rodionova. She's tried it on a couple of occasions, at least 3 or 4 times, and just missing it. She's got her eye in on that shot.
I think instead of the drop shot, she could have just continued slicing it and trying to maintain a bit of depth. I'm not sure she needed to do the drop shot there. It's obviously, you know, a risky shot always. You've got to time it perfectly.
There's only a few that can do it well. And we saw one of them last night with a very good win up in Sydney. Radwanska is going to cause all sorts of problems, I think, in the tournament, in the Australian Open.
Yeah, well, Sibulkova or Sabulkova, as we're just whatever you like to say, I guess. She's playing Ash Barty in the first round. So Ash Barty would not mind seeing that result, because that's a devastating result.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And she'd been playing, obviously, really good tennis all week, so did not see that coming. I mean, I always thought Radwanska would win that match, but not by that much.
No, but I mean, you know, we're Saturday today, so that was Friday they played. The girls could play on Monday, so that's only 2 days after losing 6-love, 6-love. It can sometimes take weeks to get over that result.
Yeah, and Sibulkova will need to, you know, sort of just come in here and think, okay, well, that didn't happen. And a real chance again at Ash Barty, obviously. I mean, she had a great couple of rounds in the Sydney tournament.
She did, yeah.
Just needs to think back on those positive wins, not on that last match.
Rodionova just cheering herself on there, which is good. She can be very emotional, but as long as it's positive, it's all good for her.
Absolutely. And once again, really moving Kohler around the court.
Yeah, you're right, though. Kohler, the past few games, just a little unsettled, I think.
Juice.
She's always got that potential, though, doesn't she?
Oh, the off forehand. I mean, that's the inside out, I think they call it these days, but that's just beautiful. Find that angle. She's right at the back of the court.
That's an incredible shot, isn't it?
That's a glorious shot.
Well, the forehand winners, 11-2. That's comprehensive. And if you can just, especially in women's tennis, I think if you can have a strength and find those cheap points, it can be devastating.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you do have a strength and your opponent spends so much time trying to work out how to keep away from that strength, instead of often playing just their game.
But a good serve. We've seen that a few times where Rodionova slices that one out wide.
Out wide.
Yeah.
Nets. First serve.
Kohler obviously wanting to cover the down the line serve, so she's not prepared to go out wide. And wait for that serve.
So second serve here. And game point for Rodionova. Or first serve. And that's brilliant from Rodionova. She was pressed, she was in the back of the court, but she maintained some depth. And
for the first time, we're actually seeing Kohler showing some disappointment at the end of the court, some emotion. She's not overly happy just how this second set's playing out. And as I said, she played such a wonderful first set. She's missing a few shots in this second one. She needs to settle down.
Outs, 15 left.
just overcooked it. That's where Rodionova falls down. She needed to make that shot.
Yeah, absolutely, Adrian. She had a real opportunity just to keep in that point, and that's a cheap point for Kohler. Takes the pressure off a serve immediately.
And what a stroke, set up by the serve. Huge amount of spin on that one. And opens up the court. Her favourite stroke, the forehand.
I don't know if Rodionova's picking up, but you can read that serve when it's going to go down the tee, because the ball goes out wide. Should be preparing for that shot.
12-2. Forehand winners. And again on the backhand, we've spoken about it a few times.
15.
If Rodionova can keep it deep to the backhand, she's in for a show here.
She is, because the backhand side of Kohler, she sits up on it, and instead of getting over the ball and hitting through, she stands up too high on that, and that ball's going long.
That's a huge miss.
Yeah, the preparation on that forehand side is a lot better than it is on the backhand side of Kohler.
Yeah, it's really noticeable the way she prepares for that forehand. Racket back, moving her feet, lots of little steps.
Speaking to you earlier about that backhand of Judy Seller. Take note, all students of the game.
Yeah.
Preparation on that backhand side is something to behold.
Yeah, he's great to watch, Duty Seller. Look forward to seeing him in the main draw.
40,
that
30.
flies long. She did have 2 game points, so I think sometimes she just tosses the coin.
Yeah, I think it's just inexperience.
Well, she's 20, isn't she? So
That's right, she's young.
And again, she just stayed up on that backhand. It's a different stroke to the forehand.
I know. Her coach, is it Nuno Marquez, would be pulling his hair out at the moment.
If he has any left.
Well, I haven't sighted him, so I was just assuming he's got hair.
Yeah, you assume that someone has hair, I guess. One of the longer rallies of the match. Rodionova, she stays strong, and she picks up a break point here.
Well, Adrian, you said earlier that this game was going to be so important for this set, and you're spot on, because a break point here, Rodionova, and at 3-all, be the end of the set.
Big first serve here. Kohler needs to pull one out. Rodionova now, a look at a second serve. And you see the emotion there from Kohler, so She knows she's in for a battle here. This is a massive game. Juice number 2.
How good was that second serve?
Yeah, incredible.
Short in the court, out wide. That was perfect.
And I'd love to see a bit of that raw emotion from Kohler.
There's a lot at stake.
So a big percentage, 64% of second serves won there from Kohler. Unforced error and another breakpoint opportunity.
They're mounting on the forehand side of Kohler. And once again, just sitting up on the forehand.
Yeah, she has a fairly extreme grip on that forehand, so she really does need to keep it high above the net. But that was just a tight shot. We haven't seen her hit a forehand like that so far. So the breeze picking up. She's just holding herself back a little bit. And that is a double fault. So the wind picks up at the inopportune moment.
Rodionova leads by 4 games to 3.
Rodionova is now up 4 games to 3 with the break.
Well, thanks for that, guys. I'm out here on court 7. Karen Knapp, the number 8 seed from Italy, serving for the match here against Risk of the United States. She's under pressure on serve here. That's her first point of the match, 15-40 in this one. She, of course, won the first set 6 games to 4, lost the second 6-2, 5-love at the moment. So trying to close this match out and advance through to the main draw of the Australian Open. The 25-year-old. That's a good ace from her out wide. So back to 30-40. Etching closer. She really has dominated this final set. The ground strokes working well. Risk getting a look at his second serve here. Trying to get on the board in the third set. Well, she's done it. A great job there from Risk from the United States. Gets on the board here in the third set, so a slight hiccup from Karen Knapp as she tries to serve out this match. We'll see if Risk can keep applying the pressure in this third set.
Dan, what's the atmosphere out there like? We've seen a lot of people walking around Melbourne Park today. What's the feeling like?
Well, the atmosphere around the grounds is just sensational. You know, all the spectators roaming around the outside court, so much to see today. Of course, plenty at stake for the players and a lot of support across all of these outside courts, so certainly terrific atmosphere building around the outside grounds.
Yeah, well, it's a huge match. If you win here, you not only go into the main draw of the Australian Open, but with the prize money increase, you've got about a $27,000 check to look forward to picking up just for making the first round. So a huge match for every player out here. So the wind picks up again, especially on these outside courts. You can hear in the effects mics fluctuating, and particularly throughout a point, it can be quite off-putting at times.
Well, Risk from the United States doing a good job here to hang in as much as she can in this third set. Let's cross back to show court number 3.
Thanks, Dan. We'll keep updated on the score there. So, show court 3. We're midway through this second set now, and Rodionova's leading 4 games to 3. And she's playing well, and the crowd is getting behind the Australian.
And at last the tactic with the drop shot works for Rodionova. That was a well-constructed point. Brings her opponent into the net.
Yeah, she's full of confidence here, Rodionova now. And she's a confidence player. Great rally. So deep ball there.
She was down love 30 in this game, so she's done well to get it back on an even keel, 30 all.
And she followed the drop shot in there, which is a great move. If it's a good drop shot, move forward and then take it in the air. That forehand and Kohler. Emotional after that one. She's willing herself on. Massive game.
Rodionova, that last ball of hers just set up nicely for Kohler to put away the forehand winner. And I don't know about you, Adrian, but the tennis is starting to heat up on court 3.
Oh, for sure. It's noticeable. The tempo is lifted. So, forehand winners 13-3 still. So there's always been a large discrepancy there. But it is Kohler's favourite stroke. It's the backhand that she's been struggling with a little bit throughout this second set. Well, good depth from Rodionova there.
Yeah, and I think Kohler's looking at the... just to say, I don't know about that last shot from Rodionova. Thought it might have been a little long, but it looked like it caught the line from where we're sitting.
Yeah, it was very close, but...
It was deep.
Yeah, it was. Well, yeah, she is a little bit unsettled, as you'd mentioned earlier in this set. We saw none of that in the first set. Things have changed a little bit. Back to juice. Rodionova, she's got the break.
Needs to consolidate here in this game.
And she's just losing some momentum here now, Kohler.
Advantage, Rodionova.
We did not see this coming.
No, we did not at 2 love down.
No.
In the second, like she was ready to pretty much take that 6 love. This is a great fight back from Rodionova.
Rodionova.
She's just lost it here now.
New balls,
Rodionova,
please.
she consolidates the break of serve.
Rodionova leads by
As
5
we see
to 3.
the reaction from the shank here, bang, straight into the ground. She's not happy. Rodionova leading 5 games to 3.
Well, Adrian, we haven't got those stats up at the moment, but my guess is that the unforced error count off the racket of Kohler would outweigh the winners at this stage. Now, it wasn't the case in the first set, but she's starting to miss
bring the old one back.
A lot of pressure coming from the Rodionova game.
Well, there are the stats. So it backs up your comment.
Yeah.
30-21 unforced errors.
And it is showing. Kohler to serve.
And she's got new balls here now. She's serving now to stay in the second set.
Second serve.
Oh, that is lucky.
Well, she finished her last serve with a double fault and struggling again in this serve.
Oh!
That's wild.
Love 15.
And Rodionova, you can sense the match is on her racket, or this set at least.
And the muttering you hear now is not Irina Rodionova.
No.
It's Kohler. She's having words now.
And the wind just picks up again. So not a great time for that to happen. Another fairly wild serve. So Kohler, she really needs to regain some composure right here. So some extra speed on that stroke there. Rodionova just not prepared early enough.
No, you can see the way that she's now moving. She was like, I should have got down, should have been a little lower to take that shot.
As we see the replay here, so slice from Kohler, haven't seen that too often, but it was the speed of that ball, just skidded through a little bit. So the speed again of the stroke. I think Rodionova in the first set, she did struggle with the power from the back of the court from Kohler, but she's used to it now, I think.
Yeah, I agree. She's totally adjusted to the game of Kohler, and she's reading that ball a lot better than she was in the first set. She just sat up on that forehand there, and that's why it went wild and wide.
Yeah, she did. She needed to stay down, keep the head over the ball. Easier said than done, though, of course.
And Kohler just about to serve, and a lady that's taking a seat caught her eye, and we're waiting.
Poor stroke from Rodionova. Just didn't swing through the ball at all.
Just didn't need to play that point at that stage of the point. Basically, that stroke at that stage of the point is what she should have. You know, she should have held back, got a deeper shot in.
And she knew it, didn't she, straight away. So she's just opened this up now. 40-15, Kohler serving. And it's just floated wide. So Kohler, she does what she needs to. She holds serve and stays in this second set. But this match is very much on, and it is 5-4. Let's head out to Dan Ryan once again.
Thank you very much for that, Adrian. Well, I'm here with a very successful Karen Knapp. Karen, congratulations. A tough three-setter today, but you're through to the main draw.
Yes, I'm really happy. Yes, it was a tough match. We never played against her. She played really good, but at the end, I tried to serve harder and hit the ball harder, and it was great.
A lot of emotion at the end of the game shown by yourself with your teammate, your supporters there, and your coach. It must mean a lot to finally get through qualifiers and make it into the main draw once again.
Yeah, it was tough, and for me it's special because I had a lot of injuries and a lot of bad stuff, and to come back and go back to the main draw, it's really great.
How tough is it to play qualifiers? You've been in the main draw a couple of times previously. To come through the qualifiers to break through, what's it like mentally to get through that barrier?
Yeah, it's really tough because you come here, have to play qualies, 3 rounds. Everybody wants to win, of course, and yeah, it's really, really tough.
Well, you did a great job today. Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing you in the main draw on Monday. All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan Ryan. So, Karen Knapp, another player to move into the main draw of the Australian Open. As I suppose we see Craig Willis just making way over Melbourne Park once again. So, crucial stage of this match. Rodionova, she has the break of serve. She's leading 5-4. And she's picked up the first point of this one. So we did not see those errors come from Kohler's racket in the first set. Things have changed though. Rodionova's playing extremely well here. Hasn't the quality of the tennis lifted? Kohler unsure about that one.
Well, Rodionova just coming in under the ball there on a couple of occasions and just taking the pace off, making Kohler think about what she needs to hit, and she's just waiting for her opponent to make the mistakes out there.
It's really smart play,
That's
though, isn't it?
great play.
We've seen that the unforced errors have been increasing from the racket of Kohler. She's just exacerbated there. So 30 love, Irina Rodionova. She's 2 points away from taking this second set. And the wind picks up again throughout that one, and Kohler, she really is struggling. She has no answers at the moment.
She has no patience.
No, that's right. I think we've spoken about her inexperience too.
Just went for the big winner then. Didn't need to.
So Irina Rodionova, what a turnaround. She has 3 set points. Good fighting from Kohler. Stay strong.
Well, both players taking time at the back of the court. Got 1 point back in this game, has Kohler. She's still got 2 set points against her. And with Rodionova serving, she needs a big serve here. First serve in.
And that one goes wide, so the turnaround continues. Irina Rodionova takes the second set, 6-4, and we're at 1 set apiece. Let's head up to Matt Hill for some highlights.
Yes, good news for fans of Irina Rodionova. Things have changed in the second set. Let's have a look at the highlights. Irina taking it 6-4, and if body language is anything to go by, Maria Kohler is very frustrated at the moment. Some good rallies, lovely backhand there from Kohler. Well, forehand being a left-hander, of course, and going down the line that time. But good deep hitting again from Rodionova, and that is something that our special commentator Kate Kearns has been noting. Deep shot there, and some good rallies, but Rodionova grinding down Kohler in the second set. Some good heavy ground strokes during this rally. Double-handed backhand working well for Rodionova, and then some lovely touch. Disguised that drop shot pretty well and was able to capitalise with the volley. And as I mentioned with the body language, you saw the fist pump there. Meanwhile, moments ago, we saw Kohler smashing her racket on the ground. So it's been an interesting match that has certainly changed direction. That second set going 45 minutes. Rodionova's first serve percentage certainly helping her. Kohler hitting plenty of winners, but overall Rodionova was too consistent for her German rival. So an interesting second set. We're going the full distance, and Kohler now serves nearest to camera. Adrian Franklin and Kate Kearns in the commentary box.
Thank you, Matt Hill.
Love 15.
That was a huge turnaround, and we saw the stats there, and the biggest highlight for me was 22 unforced errors from the racket of Kohler to just the 10 from Irina Rodionova. That was a turnaround.
Yeah, not such a highlight for Kohler.
Not at all.
And that first serve percentage too is around about 48%. She's simply got to do better in this set if she wants to win the match. Serving like that will not help. It's wild and woolly.
And Rodionova is feeding off the crowd. Seen quite a few fist pumps from her now.
This is a good start for Rodionova. Love 30.
Yeah, this is a real test now for Kohler. Mentioned a couple of times, she's young, she's 20 years of age. And I think she's quite a momentum
15-30
player. If she's got the momentum
I'm not sure.
all her way, then she's doing okay. But when things turn around, she's throwing in a lot of wild strokes, particularly on the serve as well.
Oh, too many unforced errors. Rodionova just questioning the out call of her shot down the sideline here. It did look wide. That was more like the sort of game we saw from Kohler in the first set. Really going down those lines.
Yeah, she really does flirt with the line at times, doesn't she?
Yeah, not too much margin in her game, I have to say. Oh, Rodionova really doing the splits at the back of the court. Unfortunately, that's not going to win at the point, and Kohler going in behind her opponent on that occasion. Came forward. We don't see her at the net too often. That was a nicely played point.
Well, she's originally from Russia, and you see at the Olympics, the Russians are very strong gymnasts, aren't they? So it's not surprising.
Serena Williams is one that surprises me in terms of her agility.
Yeah.
She often does the splits. I don't think she often means to do the splits, but she often does the splits on court.
First game, final set.
So Kohler, she starts well, and she needed that as well after just struggling in the latter stages of the second set. Sorry.
Yeah,
Hold serve.
She did well, Kohler, because she was love 30 down in that serve, and her serve really has gone off the boil since the first set. So came back and played some good points. Wins that first game of the third set in 5 minutes. So a little bit of a struggle, but she'll take some confidence from that game and put the pressure straight back on Rodionova here. It'll be interesting to see if she steps in, if she gets a chance on that second serve, Kohler. She hasn't done that to date. And I wonder if she can take that ball early.
So Rodionova, she settles herself, serving for the first time in this third set. And what a start.
Well, that's a lovely point from Rodionova. I mean, the serve, whilst rather short, she knew exactly where that ball was going and was there waiting for it, puts the forehand down the line. It's the old 1, 2, 3, Adrian. I like it. No.
She does it again.
Well, it was a terrible mishit from Rodionova, but it actually got it back in the point because Kohler had to wait for that ball to drop. And Rodionova steadies herself, gets the opening down the side and goes for it.
Sometimes she just pulls winners out and you just don't expect it at all.
Not at all.
And you just hear the coach, Mark Safoulis, his voice in the background. Come on, Arena. He knows this one is up for grabs. So 40 love, another forehand error.
Yeah, Cole's still going for those shots. There's a little bit of Sam Stosur about the way she plays a game. Goes for broke, doesn't matter where she is in the match, how she's coping out there, what the score is.
Oh, lucky there. Yeah, she plays it one gear, doesn't she? She really doesn't.
Yeah, goes for broke.
She's not able to adapt too much. Even then, that's
risky.
Yeah, it is. And Rodionova, I guess similar to Radvanska, she'll stick around and she'll maintain some consistency. She'll make you earn it.
Well, not as many tricks in the bag as Radvanska, but she's playing a smart game out there, Rodionova. She's at 40-30 in a serve. It's a good serve here.
Game, Rodionova.
And yet another unforced error. And there you hear it, the frustration for all to see.
Well, we haven't heard anything from Marina for 2 sets. And all the noise being made now is from Maria.
So
Frustrated.
Oh, she's looking up at her coach, surely, and
She's got to make Rodionova play more balls than that. Did she win a point in that game? Oh, yes, she did, didn't she? She won, it was 40-30, so she let that one slip.
Yeah, but you're right. She doesn't enjoy the longer rallies. It's a very interesting stage of the match here.
You're right. She doesn't like to stay in those in the points for very long, and I wonder if it's just a fitness thing or.
So the unforced errors there, 37 off the racket of Kohler and just the 24 from Rodionova. So that's 14 free points. Just over 3 games of free points from Kohler.
She only had 11. Oh, it's still quite high. Unforced errors in that first set, Kohler. So, boy, she's done some damage in the last sort of set and the 2 games of this set. And Kohler doing some nice work there. Big serve. And then gets the short ball, puts away the easy winner on the forehand side, the trusty forehand side.
So Kohler, she maintains some level of composure, even though she has been frustrated. And we're on serve, early stages of this 3rd set. She leads 2 games to 1.
Well, that was a terrific service from Kohler and winning that to love. So that will give her some confidence now. We're 2-1 in the 3rd set.
Well, there's plenty happening around the place, starting off with Court 6, Donald Young, the American, and the 26-year-old Scot Jamie Baker. The good news is for British tennis fans as Baker won the first set 6-4 and things on serve in the second, Donald Young leading 2-1. Leighton Hewitt has taken out the Kooyong Classic again against Juan Martín del Potro 6-1, 6-4. So that's news from down the road at Kooyong. Earlier in the day, Burditch defeated Baghdadis 6-3, 6-2. And the order of play is out for Rod Laver Arena on Monday. In fact, it's out for Rod Laver Arena, Hisense, and also Margaret Court. Rod Laver Arena, the first matchup is Olga Puchkova from Russia against Maria Sharapova. And then we'll see Samantha Stosur up against Kai Chen Chang from Taipei, and Novak Djokovic up against Paul-Henri Mathieu from France. And the night session, Janko Tipsarevic and Leighton Hewitt, and Anna Ivanovic and Melinda Cink from Hungary. So it's a big day and night on Rod Laver Arena on Monday as we head back to Adrian Franklin and Kate Kearns.
Thank you, Matt. What an exciting time it is. The matches for the Australian Open, the schedule's coming out. And I get very excited at this time of year, Kate. I know you do as well.
Oh, it's the best time of year. Adrian, what happens in this 3rd set? Do we go to a tiebreaker?
No. We continue on.
Until have an advantage of 2 games.
Yeah, which we saw. We experienced that a very long match. Thanasi Kokkinakis He lost his first round. It was 17-15 in the third set. It went
Brilliant.
for about 4 hours.
And you're suggesting that that could happen here?
No, well, I'm not hoping it will happen here. That's for sure.
We get to ordering.
Yeah. We're at 1 hour and 24 minutes at the moment, so we're a long way off that at this point.
I agree totally,
15-30.
Arena. This is no time for double faults.
No. So she's thrown in her third double fault. Kohler with 6, and you just see Kohler, she's just rehearsing that forehand.
Well, this is a huge point. 15-30 on the Rodionova serve. And Kohler ready to pounce. She's just got herself inside the baseline. Looking for the short ball.
Yes, you called it, Kate. She moved forward and a clenched fist up towards the coach's box. A window of opportunity here.
Well, I'm not sure that Kohler got that exactly where she wanted to place that backhand. Went straight back down the centre and probably wanted a bit of angle. I think she was a little lucky. She'll take it though. 2 break points.
Rodionova saves 1.
Lovely serve from Arena Rodionova.
30-40.
Kohler out wide, opened up the court. And Kohler did a great job actually to retrieve that last ball, but didn't do enough.
So Maria Kohler, the 13th seed. She holds 1 more break point. And yet another momentum shift. Poor stroke from Rodionova. Kohler leading 3 games to 1 with the break.
Well, she just didn't read that ball from Kohler then, Rodionova. It was short and she was caught napping at the back of the court. And she's not happy with herself. She knew she should have stepped forward to take that shot. That was clever by the young Portuguese woman.
You know, it's always about timing and decision-making in tennis, and both were lacking there.
Yeah, being able to read the play.
Rodionova. You thought she had the point on the first forehand. Kohler made it back, but Rodionova takes it on the second. Peppering that line, wasn't she?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's a tough shot to hit Rodionova, and she hits the winner. Right at the back of the court.
And Kohler with the early preparation on the forehand.
15-all.
Yes, down the line. It's been good for her today, Kohler.
Just look at these little steps. Perfect.
She moves well out there on court. Serve's been erratic though.
It has, hasn't it? First set was great, but since then, ball toss still just struggling here. And she just didn't need to go so close to the line.
She's going for that short angle, and it works beautifully on the backhand side. Doesn't execute it so well on the forehand.
So when she does get the first serve in, she's at 71%, which is a high percentage, relatively high. It was higher in the first set though.
30.
Rodionova at 64%, so certainly doesn't have the power from that first serve, Arena.
And that percentage is only of use if you're actually getting your first serves in.
Exactly.
So She was down in that second set. I think it had dropped below 50%.
Yeah, it has.
It's not good.
40-30.
That, however, was stunning.
That will help the percentage.
Crack that at 166 kilometres an hour. And that's a heavy serve. There's a lot going on with that.
And the movement.
Yeah.
It's like a soccer ball.
She's been watching Nadal,
Yeah.
studying him over the years.
Game.
And Kohler, yet another clenched fist. And Rodionova frustrated once again. Maria Kohler from Portugal. She's the 13th seed. And she's up 4 games to 1. We've got another update out on court 6 with Dan Ryan.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Well, I'm here on court 6 with Donald Young. Thank you, Adrian. Well, I'm out here on court 6, the match between Donald Young from America and Jamie Baker from Great Britain. Arrived at a timely time in this match. We're in the fourth game, should I say, of the second set. Baker's taken the first 6-4. Donald Young's doing a really good job staying in this second set. He faced a couple of break points in the first game, but he's hanging in there. He just had a break point then, but Baker with a terrific passing shot, getting it back to juice. So a really pivotal moment in this match right here.
So Dan, we saw Donald Young. He took out James Blake yesterday in the heat. So he was in form in that match. Is he looking like he's in form at the moment? Because he can be somewhat erratic at times.
He certainly hasn't backed up as well as what he played yesterday. He was really up and about, really confident in yesterday's game against Blake. Not the same type of player today, but as I mentioned, doing a good job to hang in there, and with a breakpoint chance here, he can get this game back on track.
Well, there's plenty happening out at Melbourne Park, and that's a great match to have a look at. So if you are walking around, get out to court 6, Donald Young against Jamie Baker, as we just come back to show court 3. So thanks, Dan. We'll catch up with you shortly. And a good start to the 6th game of this 3rd set, and it's a must-win game.
Oh, absolutely, and then she must break back, Rodionova. Kohler consolidating the break in that last game. She's 4-1 up in this 3rd set.
Just overplays it again, Kohler. So Rodionova, great fighting spirit at the moment.
Well, the longer the points go, the greater chance Rodionova has of winning this match. Seems that Kohler is not too keen to drag out the points.
So far after this game, BP and I will swap. Oh, this is our last match for the day.
And Arena, we love her emotion. We've spoken about it. She just looks up at her coach and just laughs.
Oh, at least she can smile at this stage of the match.
Yes.
It was a little unfortunate. The balls, if they hit the net, they stay on this side, don't they?
There's her coach, Mark Safoulis. Now, he doesn't have much hair left. Great stroke. It's all about the depth from Kohler.
Depth and into the body of Rodionova. Piling the pressure on here in this very important game. Rodionova still got, she's 40-30 up, so big serve required.
flies long from Rodionova, so this must-win game is now turning into a real struggle. We're back at deuce.
Well, she really needs to hold here, Arena. Otherwise, her opponent will come out and serve for the match.
So we'll just look at this one now.
Oh, it was well wide,
Was it?
Adrian, yeah. Rodionova going down to have another look. This is not going to help her at all.
No.
But that ball, the backhand, I think, from Rodionova was definitely wide.
Yeah, and it's on the right side for the chair umpire. They'd rarely miss.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of wishful thinking. Now it's a pressure point. Desperately needed to win it. Now she's down break point.
Oh, that's heartbreaking from Rodionova. It's now 1-5 in the fifth set. A double break to Maria Kola, and it's on serve, her booming serve.
Well, it had been booming, and it has picked up, I have to say, in this third in deciding set. And now with the double break, surely she has the confidence to take this match out. Well, not a great start.
Love
Kola,
15.
her shot hitting the net and falling out. As we welcome Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Kate. Yeah, Adrian's just going to duck downstairs and have a chat to the winner of this match very shortly.
I don't think he's gone too early.
15-all.
You can't see Rodionova winning it from here. 2 breaks down makes it difficult.
No. Well, it's on the hand of the serve at the moment, so if she can serve well here, $27,000 in her pocket and a spot in the main draw.
Net, first serve.
Well, drinks on Maria this evening then. Fantastic. Been a little inconsistent with the serving today. Great in the first, not so good in the second. Ruddick in the third.
Still got to get the job done here.
15-30.
The window opens.
That's the sort of damage she did in the first set. Kola keeping Rodionova back of the court, well pinned behind the baseline. Got her eye back in terms of those shots.
So 30 all their scoreline. And puts the second short ball away right on that line that you're on, Kate. And it brings up a match point.
It's sometimes called Hawkeye, but I'm a bit concerned about that one.
Look at the replay here. Oh, it's tough to tell from that angle,
yeah.
but gee, that's
she had a lot on the ball.
very close. Match point anyway.
Juice.
It comes up with a double fault, so always tough when you're trying to close out a match.
Especially when you're 20 years of age and you're trying to get into the main draw of a Grand Slam.
Net, first serve.
Long rally, and here it comes. It brings up a breakpoint opportunity here for Irina Rodionova.
Well, a long rally, but not much happening in that rally.
Straight up and down, wasn't it?
Yeah. Trading blows, and once again, it's Kohler that comes up with the error.
Frustration of Rodionova just when she had that breakpoint opportunity.
Yeah, Kohler's gone a little conservative, I have to say, in this game. Obviously, the pressure of the match, but she's just going up and down, not moving Rodionova around the court like she's been doing throughout this match.
Advantage, Rodionova.
Who can take advantage here? One trying to close it out, one trying to stay alive. She's overcooked it. Two backhand errors in succession.
It's a good serve by Kohler.
Was a bit of pace on that. Third juice, long game. Puts that away.
Yeah, set up by a lovely serve down the tee.
Advantage, Kohler.
It's another match point here for the young girl from Portugal. There was a great serve out wide and the beautiful winner.
Right, 2 sets to 1.
Maria Kohler of Portugal makes it through to the main draw of this year's Australian Open. And defeats Australia's Irina Rodionova in 3. 6-2, 4-6, 6-1. An hour and 42 minutes out on court. Plenty of people around today with Kids Day here at Melbourne Park. A lot of families in.
All right, okay, thanks.
So unfortunately, no Australians go through in qualifying. But a lot of good success stories coming out of the qualies today.
Indeed, and Maria Kohler, really, I mean, she started off so well in that first set, winning at 6-2, and got a little shaky, I have to say, in the second, but I think that was more that Rodionova started to understand her opponent's game better, had a better feel for those heavy balls that were coming her way, and in the end, the girl from Portugal, just too strong. And just the heavier weighter shot, I think, got her through in the end, and a bigger, booming serve. That was too difficult for Rodionova to control.
Yeah, seeded 13 here, and she has got through. So many of the seeds knocked out in qualifying the last 4 days, but Maria Kohler, she'll be delighted. We're going to hear from her very shortly with Adrian Franklin. We're going to wrap up proceedings here. Of course, the full schedule for Monday will be available on AustralianOpen.com in the next couple of hours. The matches have been released for, of course, Rod Laver and Hisense and Margaret Court. Coming up on Monday, Leighton Hewitt v Janko Tipsarevic, first up in the night session.
Oh, my word.
Going to be a beauty.
That will be fantastic. There's some pretty interesting first round matches to be played. Caroline Wozniacki comes up against Sabine Lisicki.
Yeah.
That's a tough match.
Going to be a beauty. We are standing by to go down to Adrian Franklin, and he's got our winner.
Maria Kohler, you're into the main draw of the Australian Open. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play so good today. I was a bit nervous. It's my second time I'm going to play main draw. Last year I qualified as well. So it's obviously a very important tournament for me. And I hope I can play better on the main draw, and I will practice for that. It was really good to play here with all these supports, even though I was playing against Australian girl. And I hope I can do better next time.
Oh, I wouldn't understate it too much. I mean, I think you played very well. The first set in particular, you came out and your serving was incredible. Your forehand was great. I guess for the second and third set, it slowed down a little bit, but you clearly base your game around the power.
Yeah, I mean, usually my forehand is my favorite shot, where I win more points, and I was feeling pretty good on the first serve. as well, so it obviously helps a lot to have a good serve and then a good first ball. But then in the second set I lost a bit intensity and my forehand started to be a bit like stuck a bit, and then I was nervous, so it didn't help at all. But I finished, I mean, I think I was very brave, even though I was not feeling so good, and that's it.
You were on the phone straight after your match. You were sending an SMS to someone, family member or a friend maybe?
To my parents. They are awake. In Portugal it's like 5 a.m. I think. And my coach.
So were they watching?
My coach I don't know, but my parents are for sure.
And so now you go into the main draw as a qualifier. Do you go and find out who you play now or tomorrow, or?
Well, I will stretch and do all the recovery, and then I will find out. I didn't see the spots. A lot of people was telling me like, there are good spots in main draw, but I still had one match to win, so I didn't check the draw. And when I have time, I will check it.
Well, congratulations. We love watching you play, and we look forward to seeing you next week again here at Melbourne Park.
Thank you very much.
Guys, that's Maria Kohler, the 20-year-old. She's heading to the main draw of the Australian Open. A massive win for her.
Thank you very much. It certainly is. And a big hello to the parents as well of Maria Kohler from Portugal. I'm sure they're absolutely delighted, even though they've been woken up at about 4 or 5 in the morning over there. Their girl is through to the Australian Open main draw. Let's have a look at the highlights. It was a match of fluctuating fortunes with an interesting scoreline, but let's have a look at the match highlights. It's been a good couple of months really for Kohler. In the latter part of 2012, she became for the first time the #1 tennis player in Portugal, and her career high ranking has got up around the 124 mark in the latter part of 2012. So she's on a bit of a roll here, and now with 3 strong wins in qualifying at the Australian Open qualifying, she heads into the main draw for the second time. As she mentioned, she did get to the main draw 12 months ago. Very strong, some big serves and some big forehands with that left hand. So the match lasting 1 hour and 42 minutes. I'm sure she'd like to work on that first serve percentage, just creeping over the 50% marker. The second set it was around 48%, but overall unforced errors a little bit high as well, but it was just the winners, the pure strength on that forehand. 27 winners to 12, and very proficient at the net as well. So in a 3-setter, it was Maria Kohler from Portugal defeating the Australian Arina Rodionova.
Ready? Play. At Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Do you want to have fun, make a bunch of new friends and play an awesome sport all at the same time? Impossible, you say? Well, MLC Tennis Hot Shots is the game for you, with its kid-sized courts and super hittable balls. And now, we've got another reason for you to join up. We're giving away this awesome SpongeBob backpack to kids who start playing between December 16 and February 28th. To get one is easy. Just visit your local coach to join the fun and then register online. For more details, head to hotshots.tennis.com.au/start playing and get your SpongeBob backpack today.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park. We're done on show court 3, but we're going to head out to court number 6. Brett Phillips alongside Kate Kearns. We're taking a look at Donald Young, of course, Kate, who knocked out James Blake, one of the more high-profiled men in the draw.
I was very disappointed by that, Brett.
I'm sure you will, as most women around the world would be. Taking on Jamie Baker of Great Britain. We're into a 3rd set at the moment, and Baker has held serve in the opening game of the 3rd set, and a chance maybe here to break Donald Young in his opening service game. Donald Young, of course, a very good junior career.
Oh, terrific junior career, but sort of was doing okay 2 years ago, Brett, and then had a dreadful 2012 by his own admission, and we're hoping to start off a little bit better here in 2013. Full of promise, as so many of the juniors are, and you know, win the Grand Slams and sometimes just don't go on to big careers.
Still a couple of break points here for Baker. Yeah, Donald Young ranked about 189 in the world at the moment, so when you get that down, big lefty serve. It's gone wide from Baker, so Young saves another. I think got the yellow shoes there, Kate, I think.
Yes, the touch of fluoro, a little citrus. That's what we'll see this year, I think. That's what we can expect in terms of fashion. Not on me.
No.
It's Melbourne, for heaven's sake. We wear black.
So he's come up with a double fault in appropriate time. So Jamie Baker gets the break in the third set. 2 games to love.
Brett, did you get to call the match yesterday with Blake and Young?
No, I think I was up in our host position, but I did watch a fair bit of it.
I mean, it was torrid conditions. It was horrible out there yesterday.
Yeah, it was warm, windy.
3 sets.
He's a shot maker, Donald Young. He goes for everything. Maybe a little bit hit and miss. And there's a miss. Shank off the racket. I ducked into Rod Laver a little while ago, just watching Novak Djokovic and Janko Tipsarevic have a bit of a hit. Boy, was that fierce.
How are they looking?
In good shape. I tell you, Tipsarevic, and he had the measure of Novak, I've got to say. Takes on Leighton Monday night, 7 o'clock. He's played some great matches at this tournament. That one against Federer a few years ago on Rod Laver Arena.
No, he's a great character. He had a very good 12 months, Tipsarevic. So it all came off the back of that Davis Cup win.
Well, it's a good point. Baker there at the net, putting that away. So he's got his tail up here on serve. 30 love for a 3-love lead.
I was walking through the media centre earlier today, and Fernando Verdasco was standing there with his crew and just took his shirt off in front of me, which was very off-putting. Brett was not prepared for that.
Had to look the other way, did you?
I did look the other way.
Why on earth was he taking his shirt off?
Because he's got a 6-pack and he wanted to show people it.
So Jamie Baker serving here at 40 love from Great Britain. And comes up with a great serve. So 3 games to love. Jamie Baker leading Donald Young on court 6 as we head to Matt Hill. Bring us up to date with some other scores going on around Melbourne Park.
Thanks, Brett. So the Scot going very well there on court 6. The match that was scheduled for show court 3 that's been moved to court 12. Less games, of course, on this day 4 of qualifying, so a little bit more court space to use. So they've sent the match between James Ward and Julian Reister, the German who won on our program yesterday on show court 3. They are out on court 12, and I can tell you that Reister took the first set 6-3. It's 2-all in the second set. James Ward is the second best British tennis player behind Andy Murray, the man who made the semi-finals at Queen's in 2011 after gaining wildcard entry. So he is a bit of a tennis player and has a battle on his hands at the moment against Julian Reister from Germany. And just bringing you up updated with what was happening down the road at Kooyong. Leighton Hewitt has been able to win there 6-1, 6-4. He has won the Kooyong Classic again, defeating Juan Martin del Potro. And earlier in the morning, it was Burditch over Baghdadis 6-3, 6-2. Also, the Spanish have had a good run as far as qualifying is concerned. They've had 3 men go through to the main draw. Israel have had 2 with Dudi Salah and also Amir Wentorb. Also through a couple of Belgium players. Ruben Bemmelmans is through from Belgium, and also Maxime Orthomen will run through all of the qualifiers as the rest of the program continues. But let's head back to Court 6. Interesting game here, but it looks as though the Brits going well against Donald Young, Brett Phillips and Katie Kearns.
Thank you, Matt. Still plenty going on around Melbourne Park. Back out to court number 6, and Jamie Baker at the bottom of your screen. 3 games to love, third and final set as Donald Young serves here.
Long way behind the court, try and hit that forehand, Baker.
Plenty of people still watching the qualies, taking advantage of free entry today. A little taste of the Australian Open before it starts.
Just wanted to get that forehand away then, Baker.
Oh, great shot up the line. Beautiful forehand winner. Donald Young still with a game point here to get on the board in this third set. Live action here from Court 6 on AO TV. We are getting through the final qualifying matches today. We'll continue to bring you up to date with those that have advanced, and you can check out all the results at AustralianOpen.com as you're watching our live stream. The Young holds. Gets on the board. Baker still leads it 3 games to 1. AustralianOpen.com, your one-stop shop. I think about 15 million hits last year. Nathan Healy, as I welcome you back in. Only the one website you go to in the month of January.
Yeah, no, definitely, BP. Yeah, it's good to be back in here.
Jamie Baker, can you give us any insights into this game? He's been around for a little while now.
Yeah, I played a little bit with him on the Challenger circuit from time to time. Solid player, solid off the back, likes to get forward, reasonable volleys. And yeah, he's obviously doing a good job out here. Up 3-1 in the third.
We don't have anyone to control them here. So the thing, just if one is moving, we wait for them.
But it certainly is blustery conditions. I was just outside watching another match, and not easy for the players right now.
Booming serve.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that he's known for his big serving, but definitely an experienced player. He's been in, he's played a lot of Grand Slam qualifying. I don't know how many times he's been in main draws, but sure we have the stats here.
Yeah, that's 78%.
Yeah, that's an important one for all players, keeping that service percentage up high.
Just can't get into his service games. Donald Young at the moment not getting a big look here. Baker on his way potentially to a 4-1 lead. 4-1 now in the third set. Some powerful hitting. We'll come back to court 6 in just a tick. Let's go back to Matt Hill with another update around the grounds here at Melbourne Park.
Look at what's happening on court to 12, and Julian Reister has broken there and leads 4-3 in the second set. So the British Player Ward has to do a lot of work to get back into that match after he lost the first set 6-3. So currently Reister serving to consolidate that break at 5-3. And earlier on court 11, I can tell you that the Hungarian girl Greta Ahn has won that very convincingly against Teresa Mrdeca from Croatia. So Greta Ahn, who we've seen in qualifying over a few years here at the Australian Open, has progressed to the main draw. So 1 for Hungary there. As we go back to show court 6, Nathan Healy sitting beside Brett Phillips in the commentary box.
Thanks, Matt. Still plenty happening here. Day 4 of qualifying as we tick past 5 o'clock in the evening here in Melbourne. Gee, going to be a big day on Monday. We've got Maria Sharapova to open proceedings on Rod Laver Arena. Sam Stosur is also going to be on Rod Laver. And the defending champion Novak Djokovic in the day session. Then we've got Leighton Hewitt and Janko Tipsarevic to open the night. Ana Ivanovic will also play on RLA. Of course, Leighton in good form, isn't he? Taking out Del Potro today at Kooyong at the AMI Classic.
Yeah, I saw that. He's playing extremely well by the look of it. I spoke to Thomas Burdich's coach before in the corridor, and he mentioned that Leighton is in fine form. So it'll be good if he can take the quality tennis that he's playing into these couple of weeks here at Melbourne Park. Yeah, Baker looks like he's moving extremely well, hitting some big forehands there. I tell you what, one thing about Baker is he works his butt off. He's well known for that on the tour. After matches, heading into the gym, spending a lot of time doing off-court work, which is definitely a necessity in today's game. So physical. I like the idea there. Donald's serve, his second serve can get a little bit short and attackable at times. And with Baker ahead 4-1, that's a good idea, is to dictate the play. Play assertive.
Young right there at the net to close that out. He stays alive. Baker 4-2.
He's an experienced campaigner, Donald Young. He's not going anywhere.
Margaret Court Arena on Monday, always the Aussie court, where a bit of atmosphere is generated. Casey Delac was going to be at there. Ash Barty taking on Dominika Saborkova, who lost in Sydney last night. Maddie Ebden will be out there as well, taking on Mikhail Yuzhny. So check it out tonight, AustralianOpen.com. You'll see the full schedule for Monday.
Yeah, those first few rounds here, there's a good feeling. A lot of Aussies in the draw. It's a great atmosphere here at Melbourne Park. Maybe a little tension creeping into Baker's right arm there as he tries to close this one out. Well done from both players, good movement. Moving each other to all corners of the court, but Donald Young coming up trumps with a nice little brush on that last forehand down the line.
9 winners on the forehand side now for Young, and you'd love to see coming in behind it as well.
Yeah, they were both a little reluctant to get to the net there. Obviously that tension building.
Puts it away. Plenty of fight left in Donald Young.
15-14.
Couple of break points. Work his way back into this match.
Nice idea from Baker. Just missing the line there. Very positive point there from Baker. Stepping into the court, nice little adjustment steps around the ball and just ripping that last forehand. When you get to these stages in the match, you really want to be the one playing assertive. In today's tennis, you cannot be waiting for your opponent to miss the ball. It's more about forcing errors, building pressure. Baker. And mentally, that might be just what he needed. Very confident tennis, very soft hands. It's not an easy shot at this stage of the match.
Yeah, it's a great battle out there at the moment. Really working each other over. Plenty of people staying around to watch the conclusion to this game. Young had his chances, and now Baker has got a game point for 5-2. Nowhere to hide at the moment.
He's still hanging around BP. It's a quality shot to finish that point. And both boys should be looking to use their forehand as much as possible. But the important thing right now is to stay loose, stay in the moment, and just play one at a time.
Yeah, take a deep breath and go again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please once again, as a request of the player, remain quiet during the run. Please.
Crowd again, a little rowdy there. That point was still going. Just jumped a little early. Break point for Young.
I feel like they were his supporters though, wasn't it? They were cheering him before he hit the over.
Need to hit pause.
A bit of a seesawing game here. It's a vital part of this match. Once again, the 7th game.
Wafting around, certainly breezy.
Yeah, a lot of gusty winds out there, but this is a difficult thing where you want to play assertive tennis, but you don't want to go too close to the lines. You want to hit a little bit more through the court and hit to big targets.
Baker, he gets there in the end. Commanding 5-2 lead, third and final set. Third round men's qualifying singles, a spot in the main draw up for grabs. We'll come back and update you on court 6 shortly here at Melbourne Park.
Brett Phillips and Nathan Healy calling all of the action on court 6. Well, there's been an epic on court to 13 between 2 seeds as well in the qualifying. Rajiv Ram from the USA seeded 15th and Marco Ciudanelli from Switzerland and seeded 25. And on court 13, I can tell you Ram has taken the third and deciding set 11 games to 9. It was a titanic struggle after Ciudanelli took the first set 7-5. Ram comprehensively in the second set 6-2 and 11-9 in the third. So that was a real battle indeed. And as Brett was running through those schedules for Rod Laver Arena and also Hisense. If you're heading to Hisense Arena on Monday, you're going to catch Venus Williams first up, then Fernando Verdasco is second up on Hisense Arena, Ashley Barty third up, and David Ferrer not before 5 o'clock. And on Margaret Court Arena on Monday, you'll see Lee Na, Radwanska, Matthew Ebden up against Mikhail Yuzny from Russia. That'll be an absolute beauty. The atmosphere will be tremendous. And also Casey Delacqua and Marcos Bagdatis. Brett, as I head back to you, I know we're both doing a little bit of radio work through the next couple of weeks here. And a match that has been completed out on court number 8. And the winner was the 5th seed in qualifying there, Young Jan Chan, beating Ying Ying Duan, 6-3, 6-1. Imagine if we were doing that one on radio.
I'm just contemplating that. Thank you, Matty. Imagine they were playing doubles together. My goodness. Yeah, no, it's going to be a couple of curly ones. I usually spend the Sunday before just doing some mouth exercises. So, Baker, 5-2 now, third set. What can Donald Young produce here?
Now,
Yeah, solid point from Donald, moving around his backhand, crunching a few forehands. I like it when he uses his lefty forehand high into that backhand corner, a little bit like Rafa. You want it jumping up on the opponent, out of the hit zone, making it difficult. Eventually getting short balls, which he did well in that last point, finishing it off. Interesting choice from Baker there, trying to run around that
just kept
tricky
following
little slider.
It's a very comfortable hold for Donald Young. Just what he needs, quick service games. Baker now to come out and serve for the match. And the spot in the main draw.
Yeah, BP, this is never easy. Closing out, especially this stage of the tournament for Baker. He's got through 2 rounds, he gets through this one, and he's in the main draw beginning on Monday. But you can't think ahead to that. Just 1 point at a time. From Donald, taking down the first point, getting his teeth into the game. That's exactly what he wanted. That's exactly what Baker wanted. First serves, taking pressure off his second.
2 points away.
30-15.
A great serve. A couple of match points now for Jamie Baker with Great Britain. He does it. Have a look at that excitement.
Yeah, well done to the British boy. Fantastic effort. Taking out Donald Young, 6-3 in the third.
Bit of crowd support as well. Long match. 6-4, 1-6, 6-3. Jamie Baker of Great Britain will be in this year's Australian Open main draw. Jamie Baker is through here at Melbourne Park.
Yes, Jamie Baker well, if you're watching from Glasgow, he certainly brought Court 6 to life there. I don't think you can believe it, actually. A lot of hard work has gone into that. 3 matches through qualifying, and he has got to the main draw. Congratulations to him, Jamie Baker. We're about to have a look at the stats before we clear this match up from court number 6. We'll also update you on that other match where a great British tennis player is out on court against Julian Reister. I speak of James Ward, and we'll have those scores for you in just a moment. But this is the match summary from court 6, and Baker defeating Young. And look at the total points won. It was level pegging, but there was a few unforced errors today from Donald Young, creeping up there 7 more than his British opponent. He had plenty of winners as well, but Baker was just too good in the end. So it was Jamie Baker successful there, so some good news for British tennis fans. Let's just recap for you today who has qualified and who hasn't. Unfortunately, we haven't had an Australian through, but having a look through some of the names, I mean, Germany, Spain, Belgium, Israel have had plenty of names through. One man we haven't really mentioned, Stevie Johnson, who we followed very early on, played that marathon on the first day of qualifying. He got through today. He defeated Ryan Sweeting, fellow American. So Stevie Johnson is definitely through in the main draw. I believe Adrian Franklin has a guest with him.
Yes, I do. The man of the moment, Jamie Baker. Now, I like to ask the question, but you're into the main draw of the Australian Open. How does that feel?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, these qualifying tournaments these days, you know, the tennis is so tough, and to get through is you have to play 3 really, really good matches, and yeah, it's a very good achievement.
And the crowd out here, I mean, I just ran across because the match finished very quickly at the end there, but huge crowd. The stand was packed.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, this actually is a good court for me. I qualified here in 2008, and I played my last round on here as well. And I don't know, as a Brit, I think there's a lot of Brits down in Australia, and I've had great support every one of my matches, and it definitely helps.
As a Brit, I'll follow with that trend, but Andy Murray, the great success he's had over the past few years, has that inspired you to come out here and play as well as you are?
Yeah, hugely. I mean, Andy, more than anything else, is a great friend of mine, so it would just be good to spend a bit more time with him to be playing the same tournament. So obviously that's not happening, but yeah, you're right. I mean, everything he's done is a massive inspiration to all of us back home, and to keep pushing a bit harder.
And just to finish off, you've had some friends out here cheering you on. What are you going to do tonight to celebrate?
Have a nice early night. I'll probably be a bit tired, but I guess I'll just kind of wait and see who I've got in the main draw. And the nice thing is tomorrow we've got just a little bit of a kind of rest day and let everything sink in and get ready for the next match.
We look forward to seeing you again here at Melbourne Park next week.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Jamie Baker, another British tennis player through to the main draw of the Australian Open.
Adrian Franklin, well done. Well, we've been able to manage to finish on a high from our 4 days of qualifying coverage here on Australian Open television. We were able to whittle down 128 men down to 16, and also 96 women down to 12. And now they hit the big stage on Monday with the main draw. So a big thanks to our play-by-play commentators and hosts, Brett Phillips and also Dan Ryan, and our special commentators as well, Adrian Franklin, David Bidmead, Nathan Healy and Katie Kearns, who joined us on the last day. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage here from Melbourne Park. The great news is we've got 2 weeks of outstanding tennis, the Grand Slam of the Asia Pacific coming up on Monday. Rod Laver Arena, you'll see Maria Sharapova, Samantha Stosur, Novak Djokovic, Leighton Hewitt and Janko Tipsarevic is just mouth-watering, and Anna Ivanovic, and that is just day 1. Look forward to seeing you there.